Hello, 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 Super Squad. How are you doing? I hope everybody's doing well. If y'all could drop a number one, let me know that you can hear me talking in the comment section. I would greatly appreciate it. Matt's on a phone call next to me, so I'm going to be kind of muting it, but they're obviously doing movement in the courtroom. So I wanted to go ahead and go live, and so we can be watching that together, whatever. Okay, so y'all can hear me. Cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So I'm gonna put myself on mute and kind of just talk in the chat room. And so that's what we'll do. We've got a few new emojis. We've got the WrestleMania emoji I just dropped and a honey bun. And then a few that I added the other day. And as we go, I can add more. Hey Tugs, how's it going? What's going on? I'll say hey to everybody here in a minute once Matt's not on the phone. This guy looks like I can't believe I'm back up here. I think they have the sound turned off in the courtroom right now. I think he's still just getting situated, meaning the cameraman. The guy was like, I'm just going to leave. He's like, can you just phone this in? He wore a t-shirt today talking about this could have been an email. Thank you, snarky old lady, for being a member. I love your name. Tina says the question she is asking, according to Nate, is crazy. Yeah, I tell you what, this is definitely a trial. It's with any of them, right? We're being in the courtroom to see the nuances and whatnot. Completely different energy. Without a trace is coming in strong with the important question. Does anyone know where this guy parked? I feel like it's important. Did anybody? Okay, so and if you're not familiar with what Without a Trace is talking about, this is like a question that Lori asked literally everybody. Okay, I don't even think you have to be on the stand. She might even ask like just whatever. Okay, so yesterday we're like, what is up with the parking? Have any of y'all been watching other people talking that might be in the courtroom, like Gigi or Lauren or Nate, that have said anything about that, like why she's doing that? Like, do we have any intel on why she keeps asking this question? Right now, y'all, there's no There's no sound of the recording going on right now on the video feed. Tracy, thank you for the super chat. And I hope that you have a good day at work. Thanks for watching with us. Hey, Shayna, what's going on? Yeah, be your best nonchalant self today. Without a Trace says, honestly, wait, where's your comment go? Hold on. Yep. Without a Trace says, honestly, I think it's because she made it a point to say she parked on the other side of the street away from the scene. You're probably right. Yeah. So they both said that she was holding her own. Here's my thing, like, and obviously I'm no professional and I've not even, been in person for really any of these kind of these trials that we watch. A couple of let's say where Lori was originally headed with the questioning, I was like, okay. So for example, I'll use this. When she was trying to make it out like, well, maybe Alex did the CPR wrong. And that's why when the professional did it, it seemed like nobody did it. Okay, valid, right? Cool. But she buried that in so much stuff that it was like, it was just like, where are you going, girl? Right? It's like she's running in circles with this stuff. So to me, there was a couple of things I'm like, okay, I could see any attorney bringing this up, but it's her delivery of it. And then again, it's her attitude that comes through, right? So, I don't know enough about these things to be like, oh yeah, she's really, I'd be curious. Well, let me ask you all this. Is anybody watching some of the like attorney channels? And I'm saying like, oh, hey, Tori, how's it going? I hope y'all are doing well today. I was thinking about you earlier. Like Lawyer, people like this, or Scott. Is anybody watching any of these? Or, you know what we need to do? We need to have Josh on, Josh Ritter. We need to talk to him. I would be curious to know what the professional lawyer channels are saying. What are they? Yeah, what are they? I mean, what are they saying about Lori's performance? Yeah, and the blood thing. Yeah, I did one of my quick little in the truck videos. I'll post it maybe when we go to lunch or something. But it's about yesterday, and to me, yesterday's biggest things, if you didn't tune in, were this. And this is just in my unprofessional opinion of what I felt like was proven. So I felt like the state, what is this, whatever you want to say, have really shown no CPR was done, even though Lori and Alex would have you think otherwise. The position in the body, there's basically a crime scene set up. It was very suspicious, like where there was blood, where there was not blood. Okay, Lawyerly and Crime Talk Scott are the lawyers that said she's not bad. Okay. Yeah, I love Josh too. He's so cool. They said she's not doing too bad, but there's no way for her to overcome the evidence. Yeah, 100% agree. Forever Wonder says she's not building box forts like Daryl Brooks. I guess there is, but we can't. Let's give credit where credit's due. Right? She's not building box forts. That's her baseline here. Okay. Pete from the lawyer, has a recap. Okay, cool. Hey, Amy. Hey, Mary. Hey, Sad. I'm going to say hey to everybody while we get started. And I'm sorry. I will probably fall out some today, y'all. I woke up at 2 o'clock ready to go. A lawyer Lee called out Lori for boring the jury very bad, she says, and for getting close to the Idaho cases yesterday. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, said that Lori committed a carelessness by asking questions that wasted jury's time. See, that's the thing. And again, hey, Nicole, would I expect anything less from somebody like representing themselves? No, right? It's like she's not a lawyer, so I get it. And so, hey, beautiful. Hey, Megan. So, the whole thing about, I mean, I would expect that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, where Lori might have had a point of being like, well, yeah, you know what? Maybe Alex did the CPR wrong, and that's fine. I mean, I don't think Alex did the CPR at all, right? But she's buried it in so much stuff and fluff. It's like, girl. I mean, there had to be points yesterday where the jury was like, I mean, I'm dreading this cross examination of this guy, except for he's given her some sass that I like, right? One thing that I think is interesting about this, and I think I said it in my little video that I'll put out later today about my little thoughts on yesterday, is that some of these people openly laugh at Laura. I'm sorry, openly laugh at her, which, hey, Down Under, which it's like, hey, Emily, how's it going? Hey, Roro. I just got to stop and say, hey, as I see names and stuff. Hey, Debbie. So, Oliver, honey. Okay. So, where was I? I forgot what. Oh, she okay, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. The dog jumped in my lap, and I thought we were gonna have a doggy fight here. Okay, here we go. Okay, wait. Well, this is doing.
I'll stand by my statement, Your Honor.
All right.
I just wanted to put it on the record. I don't want to argue about it.
All right.
How does my voice sound compared to the courtrooms?
Information regarding
is it overpowering or underpowering or what?
Into my minute entry yesterday that is probably posted or will be posted today to supplement the record. So I guess to the extent you're making some sort of, well, your objection's noted, I guess.
Thank you.
Jury right here.
Thank you.
All right. Let's bring in the jury.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Do you have whatever exhibit?
What would y'all do if he's like, wait, we need to make sure the shock belt works?
I believe.
Can you imagine? I know that sounds terrible. I mean, I should be more serious. She came in hard and strong with the baby voice today, y'all.
They're all in order. Okay. And then
Amy, I have not. Let me look. Hold on. Please hold. Your call is important to us. For those just joining, we do have some new emojis. If you were here yesterday in the afternoon, you already know what they are. Remember emojis, the WrestleMania honey bun. Hey, Indy, how's it going? I hope y'all are well. Hey, Anita. Hey, Heather Feather. John, what's up? The evidence will show that John has entered the chat. Forever wonder. Dun, 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 dun.
All right, let's bring the jury.
Hey, Kay. Oh, wait, let me look at my email.
Continue her cross-examination of this witness.
I'll have to listen to it in a little bit, Amy. With my earplugs on, but now I'm like, ooh. Wait. Oh yeah, I see your thing in the thing. Let me read it again.
Detective Coons, I know we didn't really establish yesterday. I know that you're retired. Is that okay if I call you Detective Coons, or would you prefer something else?
Detective is fine.
Okay, thank you. Detective Coons, yesterday you testified that no stippling was found as a result of the shot on my husband's chest. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, none was found.
Okay. So would it
How
surprise
she
you if the medical
conveniently uses
examiner
my
expressed in his
husband.
defense interview that there was stippling found in that shot?
Like she doesn't have the.
Would it
right
surprise
gym
me
or
that
what, you know
he
what
had
I'm saying?
found it? Not necessarily based on the information.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed that the shooter would have had to be 2 to 4 feet away for that stippling to be present?
And this is from your interview or from the report?
From the interview.
Okay. No, that actually would still be consistent with my observations at the scene.
Okay, great. If someone very muscular like my husband were 2 to 4 feet away from you holding up a bat, would you consider that a threat?
And I would object to speculation, relevance.
Your Honor, I'm asking for his opinion as a professional and as a firearms expert.
He's not, okay.
That goes to the ultimate
hold on.
decision.
The objection is sustained and it calls for a legal conclusion.
It calls for a legal conclusion?
Settle your girl down now.
Were you present, Detective, when my husband was shot?
No, ma'am.
Is there a video recording of it?
To my knowledge, no.
So is your opinion then an educated guess about what really happened?
It's based on known facts.
Okay. Were you aware, Detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know the relationship.
Did you know that they hung out and played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh,
My follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
She's about to eat.
In all of your investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you learn in your investigation that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
Did you read the reports in this case?
I did not read all of the reports in this case. No, I've read mine and I've authored mine, but I have not read the other reports.
None of the other reports except for your own?
That's correct.
Okay.
Give her the old one
Detective,
too.
are
on
you
the
familiar
zap.
with the follow-up report you
I'm
wrote
doing the
dated
zap.
July 29th, 2019?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you review your reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, but I have not memorized the dates of when I made a report entry.
Okay. Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
I know she didn't do her hair like that. I know she didn't do her hair like that. Oh my gosh. Y'all, today's going to be entertaining. There must be something there. Because I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today, and Lori must have missed the med part. She missed med call today. Yeah. This is the first 5 minutes. She's gonna turn around. She's getting the zapper today. That's the baseline for today. Okay. Like, we can already tell. Looks like screenshot the thing to give to the groomer on Saturday. Looks like screenshot that.
Okay,
Does that look like a true and correct copy of your report, Detective?
I believe it is.
And those Bates pages run from what to what, please?
They're obscured in the footnotes of it, but it looks like it's 126 through 131.
Okay. And on the last page of your report, on Bates page 131, you explain what a shored wound is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that underlined portion?
I would object to hearsay to reading it.
Sustained. You can ask him to explain what a shored wound is.
Okay. Can you explain to us what the shored wound is that you explained in your report?
Yes, a shored wound would be a wound created as an exit wound where the projectile is exiting the body and the body is either up against a firm surface or firm material like spandex type thing. That's how it's been explained to me.
Okay. That's fair. You said held in place by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you in fact, and it says in your report, did you in fact collect my husband's clothing?
yes,
Okay. And you took the clothing, it says, to the property storage facility. Is that correct?
yes, it went to a drying cage.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I can't say that I am.
Okay. Were you aware that on July 29th, 2019, my husband was wearing a $200 bamboo workout shirt?
Objection to relevance.
He can answer if he knows.
I have no idea what the cost is.
Are you aware that bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into bamboo fabric.
Okay. So could this fabric of his shirt have caused the wound to be short?
It could have been a contributor, but it would not have been in this particular case.
Why so?
The body would have been on the floor where the bullet defect was in the floor.
So you just said in your report earlier that a short wound could be caused by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that could not have happened in this case?
The shirt did not appear to be tight clothing to me.
Well, it was made of bamboo, as we established, right? Is that correct?
I am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay. And you did not investigate that at all?
No, ma'am.
But you had the shirt in your possession,
It was seized as evidence, yes.
and you never checked what kind of fabric it was,
No, ma'am.
and you never checked if that could be a possibility,
No, ma'am.
and you knew that spandex was kind of a material that could make that kind of short mark that you just mentioned, correct?
It would have to be super tight clothing.
Super tight clothing,
Yes.
or a fabric that's even stronger than the spandex that you mentioned.
The strength of the fabric, I don't believe, has a huge play in it unless it is form-fitting and compressing the skin, much like a hard surface or firm surface would.
Okay? But what you said in your report was that held in place by tight clothing could cause a short wound.
As has been explained to me, yes.
Okay. Detective, in your report, you mentioned
She wanted to make sure he knew how much that shirt was.
so it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound and not the floor.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
I'll let him answer.
I don't know if it's possible or not for that particular shirt to have caused a short wound.
Because you did not do any investigation about the shirt.
Because the shirt did not appear to be form-fitting and very tight.
Did it cover over the shoulder where the wound kit was?
Thanks forever.
It was a full t-shirt at the time.
That's what I'm saying. So was the t-shirt where the wound was on his back, where the bullet exited, was his shirt covering that part of his body?
Certainly.
Okay. Was there a hole in the shirt at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
How big was the hole?
The size of the bullet?
So small. small?
Fabric stretches and contracts. So it was a bullet size.
Okay. So when you had this shirt and you saw the bullet hole, it was after the shirt had been cut off by the firefighters. Is that correct?
It hadn't been cut off. It had been cut down the middle, down the front,
So just the front was cut. So the back was intact?
minus the defects that we have seen from the bullet exits, yes.
Okay. So you were able to measure that. Do you have a measurement for those bullet holes in the shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound, the shored wound.
Object, again, that we've asked and answered this 3 times
Sustained.
now.
Okay, so is it possible that any shirt could have caused a shored wound in any kind of,
And I'm going to object to foundation as to any overly broad.
as an expert?
Let me roll on the objection.
Okay, I'm
I'm
sorry.
telling you, she's getting the belt or
Oh,
the
it's
shocker,
sustained
the belt today.
As an expert and in your professional opinion, could that fabric of his shirt that he was wearing that day cause a shored wound?
Again, I'm going to object to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Thanks, Boo. She's
In the
going to turn
last
around and do
paragraph of
something
your
to the
report,
state.
Detective, you indicate that you were able to confirm your suspicion of the body position at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean by suspicion?
Well, at the time, I couldn't see through his body to see the full trajectories, so I did need the information from the autopsy. The trajectory rods helped with that, as well as the doctor's statements. All of that combined did give me the 2 different bullet paths.
Okay. And then, can you tell me, Detective, what
Okay.
happened to my husband's shirt? Do you know where it is now?
It is in evidence, as far as I'm aware.
And it's, when you looked at it, where was it?
The last I physically saw that shirt was when I handed it off to a crime scene tech to put into a drying cage with the instructions, once it was dry, to have it moved into the property facility.
And so did you see it after it was in the property facility?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you saw it before it was dried, is that correct?
While it was wet from the medical examiner's office, yes.
And that's when you examined it?
I had seen it at the scene as well.
And then, did you ever examine it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you saw it twice.
That's fair.
Okay,
She's going to get that honey bun money out of that shirt.
so you
Got
didn't
the
test it
receipt.
for anything?
I did not.
Did anyone test it for anything?
I
that
do
you're
not
aware of?
know.
That you're aware of?
I do not know.
So you're not aware of it?
Correct. I do not know if anybody else tested it.
Okay. Was the wood floor tested for any fragments of the projectile?
It was actually seized, so it was not tested.
And what does seized mean?
We cut it out of the floor and kept it.
Right, and then was it tested after it was seized?
No, ma'am.
So the wood floor plank that was taken from my residence was never tested for any fragments of the projectile?
The projectile was intact, minus a deformity to it.
Okay. But there wasn't any reason, are you saying there was no reason to test it?
There had been no implication or indication that there was a request for it to be tested.
And you wouldn't do that to see if the projectile actually hit the floor?
No, ma'am. All the other circumstances and information that led up to that decision to seize the floor, everything appeared that it was going to be related to the actual bullet that passed through your husband's body and struck the floor.
Wouldn't testing the floor actually be the easiest way to be sure that the bullet hit the floor?
Not necessarily would it leave anything behind. Like I said, the bullet was a full metal jacket. It was still intact.
Mhm.
There had been a significant amount of blood that had pooled in it. I do not know if there would be residue left behind in it for testing.
Fair. Okay.
Fair. Okay. I can't with the
Was
baby
the
voice.
projectile tested for any marks from the floor?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that this was a rental house that we lived in?
I believe I'd heard that.
Okay. Were you aware that we had only lived there for about 3 weeks prior to this incident?
I knew it was a short time
She's still
period, but I
upset
did not know
about what the neighbors
the
think.
actual duration.
Did you know that? You know that by the time you wrote this report, right?
I don't recall knowing the exact time frame that you had lived there.
Okay. So the defect in the floor of the rental house that we lived in could have already been there before this incident. Is that correct?
Not in my opinion, no.
But it could have.
An objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So of all the divots that we saw yesterday in the pictures on the floor, it could not have been there beforehand?
And again, asked and answered.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The divots I believe you're referring to were extremely smaller than the actual defect, which was still relatively fresh and not sealed like the other divots were.
Okay, can we see?
I can't when she turns around. She's giving disheveled, like artsy English teacher. I'm trying to think of the movie. I can't think of it.
These were previously published, so we can use them, right?
Yeah.
Can we look at
Just
this?
refer to the exhibit number, please.
Okay. Just put it on. Detective, can you see that? I can't see that very well on there. So in Exhibit 57, Detective,
I'm looking.
this, where my pin is pointing,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the defect that you're referring to where the bullet struck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these defects were already previously at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they look that much significantly different than that to you?
Yes, they do.
What do you think the measurement difference in that is, in your professional opinion?
There is no scale on this photograph. It would be difficult for me to give you an estimate.
So in your estimation, this defect is much larger than this defect. Is that correct?
The second defect you're pointing to appears to be wood grain indentations. The other is an actual defect in the board.
Okay. Thank you. But this defect, this piece of wood that was cut out was not tested. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
Technically correct, but I'll let him answer.
Correct. To my knowledge, it was not tested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do you know, Detective, for a fact, that the defect on my wood floor was caused by the second bullet?
And again, I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Sustained.
When we looked at the projectiles yesterday, the one from the baseboard clearly had white paint on it from the baseboard. Is that correct?
Baseboard or the drywall, perhaps.
Okay, but we all saw the white paint. Is that correct?
There was a white marking on it.
Was that tested for the white paint?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
There was no decision made to have it tested.
Because it was logical that it was in the baseboard where the baseboard was painted white, right?
It was very clear that it had passed through your husband and lodged in the baseboard. And upon recovery, there was no deformation to it, indicating that it was a straight-on impact or relatively close, so that it embedded itself into the baseboard.
Correct. So it wasn't tested because it really didn't need to be, in your opinion.
Correct.
Okay. That's fair.
Thank you, Trash Panda. I love your name.
Next, we looked at the projectile that, according to you, made the defect in my wood floor. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question. Next, we look at it, but I don't see anything.
Oh, we saw the projectile. Can I find out what exhibit that was?
Your paralegal has all those photographs.
Can we
You
use
have
the
the
actual
best names,
Yeah,
I
you
swear.
can approach and
I love that. It's me, Boone's toilet. Trash Panda is just as good. It's just right. I love that.
are you looking for the actual projectile?
Yes.
He is fired up today, y'all. Do we trust her with the pointer thing? Thank you, Amanda, for being 4 months member. And yeah, this guy's good. He says he answers her questions. He does her little, it's boom. Here you go. That's it. The judge is kind of like with state. He's like, just let her answer. Just let her have her moment for a minute. I feel like there would be more at stake in regards to if the evidence wasn't as horrible as it was against Lori, right? The evidence is so bad. It's almost like, what's the case that we just finished doing? We're like, why would you even go to trial over the? I mean, most of them are that way, right?
Do you want her to hand that to the witness?
I can't remember now. They're all almost like that, where there's just no question asked.
Is that 239?
Thank you, Emily.
Detective, for the
Excuse
record,
me.
you're looking at exhibit 239. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that we are talking about that you claimed made the divot in my wood floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was that projectile was not tested, is that correct?
Your Honor,
Is that what
I'm
you
going to
said?
object to asked and answered at least 3 times.
Sustained.
Does that projectile look pristine to you?
No, ma'am. As I've previously testified, it is slightly deformed.
What side is it deformed on? What part about it is deformed?
The back end, the heel area is compressed a little bit so that it's now oval as opposed to circular.
And that would indicate what?
That would indicate that as the bullet struck something firm on its side, it compressed, and then it continued on moving.
Okay. So that's what you mean by a shored wound. It hit up against something. Is that correct?
The terminology as it's been described to me is it's the skin is against a firm surface. So in this particular case, the floor would be the firm surface. So as it's entering or exiting your husband and starting to try to enter the floor is forcing the bullet to kind of ricochet, but the body's still keeping it in place. So it's now deforming a little bit, and it's still expending its energy to escape from underneath the body.
Okay. And if my husband was in fact laying on the floor, how did it get out from under his body? Wouldn't it have gotten stuck under? That's my question. Just,
Just what?
could you explain that to me?
I think I just did. So the bullet is a full metal jacket. It still has its energy. Until it starts striking things to cause resistance to it, to slow it down, it's going to expend its energy at a normal rate. I think I just lost the mic. I'm not sure.
No, it's on.
Okay. When it start striking firm objects, then it'll start bleeding the energy away. And in this particular case, as it's exiting your husband's body, it's impacting bone, it's impacting the flesh that's compressed against the floor, and it's impacting the floor now. So there is going to be a lot of resistance against that. Now, where it exited, it's still not free to just fly like the one that went through his chest and out the back. It's still semi-trapped between your husband's body and the floor, so that's going to cause even more energy drain until it comes to rest.
And how far away from my husband's shoulder was that bullet fragment found? The projectile, I guess.
When it was found, I don't know the exact measurement away from it. I would say a foot or more, maybe.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about the energy. It still had energy to keep moving. Is
Yes.
that correct?
It had enough to escape from being under the body.
Okay. So because of what you saw at the scene, and you state in your report that it was your suspicion that that's what had happened, was that my husband was supine on the floor, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it your suspicion from the start of this investigation that led you to not confirm any other alternative?
Thanks, Stretch Banda.
What other alternative, ma'am? My job was to collect the information and put it together with the information that was being collected in the interviews. The information from the interviews did not completely match everything that I had learned at the scene.
Okay. Let's see. You did not test the wood floor, is that correct?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
You did not test the projectile, is that correct?
I'm going to again object to asked and answered multiple
The
times.
state's
And then
like,
move to
Judge,
start
I'm just going to
striking
give you
every
this
question.
basket of objections labeled ask and
You did not
answered.
investigate
Just
my
pull them out every
husband's
time she
I'm going to
talks.
object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Did you call Aloha Carolina and ask them about the fabric of my husband's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you made an assumption early on and only investigated the things that supported that assumption?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Remember in your report where you stated that the bullet strike to the abdomen had an upward trajectory, passing through the left lung before exiting near the left shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. Could that upward trajectory have been caused by my husband falling backwards and the bullet hitting the abdomen and going upwards and exiting his shoulder as he hit the floor?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Detective Coons, on July 11th, 2019, were you at the Chandler Police Department during my interview?
No, ma'am.
Were you there that morning when we were brought into the Chandler Police Department at all?
No, ma'am. I was at the scene.
Okay. I thought you didn't get to the scene until 11:45.
No, that was when we actually obtained the search warrant. It was about a little after 11:45. I was
Okay.
already at the scene shortly after 9 o'clock.
Okay. Did you see the injury on the back of Alex's head with your own eyes?
I did not take a close look at it. I saw the paper towel that he was holding against his head.
But you did not see the wound itself?
No,
Okay. Are you aware if Alex's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
there would have been no reason to swab for gunshot residue.
Why is that?
He had already stated that he was the shooter.
He had stated it?
To my knowledge, that's how the information was provided to me.
Okay.
Okay, I'll settle down on that one.
Are you aware if my hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware if my daughter's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Do you know for a fact
Thanks,
that Alex shot
Christine.
the gun in question?
Thank you, Christine.
Based on the information provided, that is what I have, yes.
Do you know that for a fact?
Just with the information that's been provided, I can't tell you one way or another if there's another shooter because the evidence does not show that there was.
Okay. So all you really know for sure, after your 5 years of investigation, is that my husband was shot 2 times, 1 by that particular gun, 2 with those particular bullets, at my residence, and that he passed away as a result of that. Would that be correct?
Oversimplified, there is a lot more information that is available to us for that.
Is that correct? Is that question correct?
Those are some known facts, yes, but that is not all we know.
That's it. Just rest it
So
right
you
here,
can't really
Lori.
tell me
Walk
for sure
away.
who shot him, can you?
Well, as we've established, I was not present when it happened. I can only go with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence shows.
Okay. You don't really know what time he was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All
Y'all.
right, redirect.
Your Honor, I still
Ooh.
have stuff.
Pass those to- let's have your paralegal get the report that you gave. her,
I
but
am
I'll take it to
surprised
the
that she walked away when she
239.
did. Because in my mind, I was like, this is it. Walk away right here, Lori. I'm not trying to help her out, obviously. But me just thinking about was her. I'm like, okay, boom, boom, boom. Walk away now. She might be learning. She might be learning. Wilma, thank you. Wilma says at this point, she's just doing cheese slices at the baby's head, trying to make it something. Yes, 100%.
Do you need any of the photos? They're over
I mean, she was like, oh yeah, this woman, the state, y'all just watch. She stayed up all night making these notes. Okay, here we go. I'm muting.
All right, Detective, I know we started yesterday, so I'm going to kind of go back through a few different areas, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of just understanding your role working with crime scene techs, you had testified yesterday that they are often the ones who actually pick up the item of evidence and put it in a bag, correct?
Frequently, yes.
Are you there observing them as they do that?
Yes.
You're not just wandering around outside drinking a coffee while they're processing the house.
No, ma'am.
So every item that we brought in is something that you observed, you were there as they were documented and collected.
Correct.
And some of them, like the gun, you actually had to make safe before it could be collected.
Actually, Detective Duncan is the one that made it safe, but I was present for those things.
Yeah. You were asked about the backyard being searched. When you have other people searching the house, and I think you'd said it was a collaborative event, if someone observes something, do they bring it to your attention as the scene agent?
Yes, if I'm asking somebody to do a search for me to help out with a larger area, it is their responsibility to bring it forward to me if they discover something that they think is important.
And if they see something, you would then go out and observe it yourself?
Yes.
We had talked about the gun yesterday and the ejection port. See if this will be visible here. What do we see right here?
So that is the ejection port.
So when we're talking about how this, how a semi-automatic gun works, and you were talking about the ejection to the right, is that in this gun indicated by the opening where that ejection port is, the side that it's on of the gun?
The opening is part of how it'll indicate where it ejects. Also, the extractor which is a small lever behind the ejection port. It's what grabs the casing to pull it out. And internally, there's going to be an ejector that it's usually a small pinpoint that kicks it, and the springs basically flip it out.
So all of that was what made you understand which way the casings would have ejected out of this gun.
Yes.
Now, you told us that that every gun can be slightly different if it's more upward, more outward, and you are unaware for this gun what that ejection would be like.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to your diagram. This is Exhibit 5. Are you able to, by looking at the measurements that you took, give us an estimate of the distance between those two casings that you have listed here as 9 and 10?
My estimation would be a couple feet.
And I guess, would your measurements, did you take measurements of where those were?
I took measurements from the reference points to triangulate it, but I did not measure distance between each object to the other objects.
So the measurements that we see, I'm going to take it out of here. On the second page of your report, are those triangulations that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are we able to extrapolate from this any distance between those two, or we are left with what you recall at this point?
You're left with what I recall, but I also, on my diagram, I put a reference line or dimension line. It's near the north-south indicator, and that helps somebody who's looking at it get an idea of what a measurement might be in the diagram.
Okay. And is that this line up here?
Correct.
Okay. There was a lot of questions about where the shooter might have been at the time when this shooting occurred. Start with 19 while I look for a different perspective, but in this house, you've talked about a rounded wall. Can you tell us where you're talking about for that? And I'm gonna put up 14. So on 14, what is this rounded wall that you're talking about when you're referring to the location or potential location, let me say the general location of the shooter?
So the rounded wall is at the south end of the main room that we're in, where the body's at. And it's also directly across from the hallway that runs to the 3 bedrooms and the hall bathroom.
So is that this wall that we see in Exhibit 14 right here?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about a gun being fired and casings ejecting, as someone who has fired guns before, have you fired them on where the casings are landing on a hard surface?
Yes.
Do casings bounce and roll?
They do.
So is the location of these casings, do they tell us exactly where they initially landed when they ejected?
No.
This is just where they ended up or stopped.
It's where we found them.
They could have been kicked at some point as well.
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at this scene, are you relying upon these physical items of evidence to reach your opinion?
They would be some of it, yes.
And then are you relying on your training and experience in conjunction with observing the physical evidence as well as the injuries to Charles?
That would also be good pieces of the puzzle.
And are you able to give us the exact location of this shooter?
No, ma'am.
Are you giving us a
Ding
general area
Swampo, and
of
yeah,
the shooter?
agreed.
Yes, ma'am.
And for the shot that goes through Charles's chest and out his back, where is the general area that you are saying the shooter was located?
The shooter would have been located somewhere in the opening to where the kitchen and the hallway is, in close proximity to the rounded corner as well.
Okay, I put up exhibit 16 here. So somewhere in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you were asked a lot about the autopsy report and stippling. You were provided with a copy of it by the defendant, correct?
It was never provided to me.
You weren't allowed to look at a copy of it?
The report that she gave me was my report from the channel report system, not the medical examiner.
Have you ever looked at the autopsy report?
I have.
Did you, in regards to the injury to Charles's chest, the entrance wound, ever see the word stippling used there?
No, it was not in the report.
When you were reading that, did you interpret the way that Dr. Baumgartner wrote that to mean abrasions related to the actual entrance wound of the gunshot?
That's how I interpreted it.
Does that mean that Dr. Baumgartner didn't mean stippling?
I don't know medical jargon so well, so he could have very well meant it with how he wrote it, but to me, it did not come across that way.
Okay. And when you were at the autopsy, you don't recall him ever telling you about the stippling?
Not in that word, no.
But you were there at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
Are you in the room with him, like right there next to him?
No, we are actually mandated to stay in the, I guess it's the viewing area of that particular location.
There's a window between you and he's in a different room?
Yes.
So you also were asked about Dr. Baumgartner saying in a defense interview that because of this, what you've now been told is stippling around that gunshot wound to the chest, that the shooter or the gun being used could have been 2 to 4 or so feet away. Do you recall being told that?
Yes, I do.
All right. I have a little thing here, 24 inches. So 2 feet is 24 inches.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if I can approach or if I have to have my,
Go ahead.
thank you. So when we're talking about 2 feet, then from the wound on his chest,
The indicator would be from the muzzle to the chest.
so that distance is 2 feet.
Yes.
Understanding that additional information that the defendant provided you, that Dr. Baumgartner advised during a defense interview, does that alter your opinion in any way as to where the shooter would have been, the general location of the shooter for this shot to his chest?
No, it actually makes sense with the completed trajectory that ended up in the baseboard.
So those being 2 feet away from Charles Vallow when the end of the gun to his chest did not seem so far away that, or so close that it didn't fit in with your opinion.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet would be certainly consistent with what I saw.
So he's 2 to 4 feet away from him in this area.
Away from that area, yes.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the floor itself that you observed underneath Charles's shoulder after he was removed, okay? And putting up Exhibit 244, that's the actual piece of wood. And Your Honor, can I actually publish this to the jury and have them
Yes.
look at it? Thank you. If I can have just all of them look at that, and then I'll ask a couple questions.
You know, Lori's over there just fuming. Yeah, the Ian and Melanie Pulowski is Brandon Boudreaux's former wife, Lori's niece. Brandon Boudreaux is who the next trial is over. Ian is her husband. Ian is Melanie's new husband. So they granted a couple of interviews in the very beginning. They've each also testified in the former trials. And I imagine we're going to be hearing from, I mean, I would think that we would hear from them in the next trial too, right? Zulema, Zulema would be more of a vibe if y'all want to watch that. If you're not familiar with WTF, are we watching? Like, think Julie Rowe, think somewhere between Melanie Gibb and Julie Rowe, right? Like that vibe in there. So if you're wanting, like, to me, if you're wanting something a little like less heavy and more WTF, Zulema. If you're wanting more like, let's get into here, the players and the cases vibes, Melanie Ian. And I'm talking about if you're familiar with the case, I'm talking about that first interviews that came out with Nate Eaton. Zulema's the weather controller. So when I make jokes, I talk about, she better watch out. Zulema's going to get her. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. It's pure cringe. It's pure cringe.
In looking at the floor itself, you told us that you looked through
I
the
agree,
whole
Robin's
floor in that
Landing.
room to see if you found any similar types of defects, correct?
Correct.
Did you find other defects on the floor, just period?
There are other imperfections.
You had testified on cross that there was something about the freshness of the defect itself. Were you able to sort of feel a difference in the wood grain, where that indentation is that we see in Exhibit 59 and in the actual piece 244, than you observed in other defects across the floor?
Yes, it did appear to be different than the other imperfections or defects.
Was there anything about the defect itself that indicated a path of travel?
Yes, there is a kind of a linear mark to it, and you'll also
I don't know
see
Henderson,
the,
but I wondered the
in this
same thing. I
particular
don't know
photograph
how
of
she
it,
got out
there's
of getting
like
charged in
slight,
anything.
Semicircular edge as it exits towards the top right.
And was there anything about that pattern itself, both the depth, the freshness, the location of it, that made you feel it was consistent with a bullet strike?
All of those factors help make it consistent with it, not to mention the location of the projectile that was in close proximity to this defect.
So let's talk a little bit about those projectiles. I'm putting Exhibit 40 up here. Do we see the projectile over here next to Charles Allen?
Yes.
Now, were you aware when you were given this scene that fire had already been there?
Yes, I was.
Pretty obvious because of all the medical devices, right?
They left a tail.
And if you were advised that fire has testified that they rolled Mr. Vallow onto his
Thank you. Hear me out. I totally
right
agree.
side towards the west, would that have then exposed his left shoulder there?
It should have.
Do you know whether or not that bullet was ever moved at all personally?
Well, I have no idea what the condition of that bullet was until I physically saw it.
Okay. Now, the location of this bullet here on the floor next to Charles, why is that significant in determining whether or not Charles was upright or down?
Well, it's significant because for this particular shot, he would have basically been vulnerable, if you will.
Let me ask it this way. Why is that significant in making your opinion that he was on the floor versus upright for the shot to the abdomen?
Oh, okay. The angle of entry into the abdomen and exit is not consistent with him being upright or any other way other than lying on the floor. The defect is where the defect is, and the bullet, as demonstrated with the chest shot, had enough energy to exit. And had he been any other direction, I would not have expected the defect to be right underneath the body.
So if someone is standing and someone's on the floor shooting upward, where would the bullet go?
Well, if he's standing and the shooter is horizontal, then the bullet would go towards the ceiling or high wall area.
So this idea that it would end up on the floor below him and right next to him, would that fit with that scenario?
Of him standing, no.
When you're looking at the bullets and the location of them in this scene, we had that other projectile, and I'm going to put 20 up here, that went into the baseboard on the east side of the room, correct?
Yes.
When you talk about someone being standing upward and the bullet being slowed, how can you explain to us how this bullet landing over here and embedding itself in that baseboard is consistent with Charles being standing upright when he was shot?
It fits the dimension of the room. It fits the wound path through the chest and exiting the back, because the exit is lower than the entry. So there's already a downward motion to it. I know that the bullet struck the spine prior to exiting, so that would bleed even some more energy from it and potentially cause it to start dropping as well.
So the wound itself was slightly downward?
Yes.
And then given the distance away from Charles, this would be, in your mind, consistent with having gone through him in that chest to back exit downward angle?
Correct.
So that really only left one other bullet in the room to explain the other injury?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the one that was right next to him?
Correct.
You were asked whether or not you made assumptions about the shooting, how it occurred. When you got to the scene, you were given a basic briefing, right?
Yes.
How do you start looking at a scene when you're observing the evidence there?
I do an overall assessment of the scene. I apply the initial information that's given to me, and I progress from there.
Are you, if the physical evidence is what it is, are you trying to find a new way to make that work?
No, I let the evidence speak for itself.
So here, the physical evidence is one bullet is in the baseboard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that had to come from somewhere that makes sense for that trajectory, right?
Yes.
And then the other bullet is right next to Charles.
Correct.
And so again, you're looking at all the physical evidence and how that fits together.
Yes.
And in this case, in your opinion, the shot through Charles's chest that exited his back, did the evidence support to you that he was standing up for this shot?
Yes.
And in your opinion, looking at all the physical evidence from the casings, the projectile, the injuries to Charles, was that consistent with the shooter? And now that you know the stippling, with the shooter being still in that sort of kitchen hallway-ish area when he fired that shot at Charles?
Yes.
And in your opinion, again, looking at the casings, the injuries to Charles, the location of the projectile, as well as the shored wound and the lack of stippling, does that support your opinion that Charles was on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
Yes, it does.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury?
They got some.
I'm not seeing any. You can step down.
What? How do they not have
You
any?
can call its next witness.
That was painful. That was painful. So I kind of zoned out on a lot of that. However, I know the state aid.
If I may go get her.
Yeah, absolutely not self-defense. Without a doubt. Yeah, I wonder who's coming up. Here we go. Well, we're about to find out. Let me get my little thing here. What would y'all do if they're like, the next witness, we will have Lori Daybell? I'd be like, what?
All right, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be
Come on
sworn
up.
in.
Come on down. You're the next contestant. Yeah, Christina says, awkward that the state says her motive was money and she talked about that $200 shirt. Amen. Are you aware of this brand designer?
All right, you're going to come around the court
Okay,
reporter
hold
and
on.
seat up here to my left.
Now we get to see Lori question another female that's not family. This is going to be good. Or wait, I don't know if it's family or
Can you
not.
please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Jo?
I do.
Okay, never mind.
How old are you?
61.
This is
And,
going to be good, though.
Do you currently work?
I'm self-employed
Do you live here in Arizona?
in Mesa, yes.
Were you born and raised here?
Born and raised here.
Do you have your own children?
5,
Do you have grandchildren?
15,
Busy person.
yes.
I'm going to direct you to a person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
How How did you meet him?
I'm divorced. I was on an LDS dating site, and when new members join, it tells you this is someone new. And he sent me a message, and we began messaging.
Initially, did you just talk to him do you talk through the website? How does that work?
Through the website at first, and then he asked for my phone number, and then we were texting and talking on the phone as well.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
It was early July, I believe the 3rd.
And so you said you guys would text. Was this,
A lot.
what's a lot to you?
Charles was a texter and a talker, and he was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts by the time I had met him.
Lori's up there talking about he never texted me.
You said you talked on the phone with him as well?
For hours.
Did you have a conversation with him once that lasted almost 3 hours?
Probably more than one, yes.
When you met Charles in early July, did you know he was still married?
He told me he was in the process of a divorce.
Okay. Did you know whether or not he was living with his wife at that time?
He was in Houston. His soon-to-be ex-wife was here. When he came to Arizona, he was meeting a realtor to find a place to live when he was here as well.
So when you're first meeting him, he's out of state, but he has a connection here to Arizona, so you keep talking to him?
Correct.
As you guys are talking and texting, did you eventually have enough interest that you decided you wanted to meet him?
Yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Life insurance and something with money. I try not to have that be the focus when I'm getting to know somebody, so that I get to know them for them and not what they do for a living.
So you didn't
Amen.
really care too much about
No.
what his job was?
No.
Did you know he traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
As you and Charles are talking and texting, just sort of yes or no, can you tell us, did he get very detailed about his life with you?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had children?
Yes.
Just yes or no again, did you talk to him about his wife specifically?
A lot.
Did he mention his wife by name?
Yes.
What did you believe his wife's name was?
Lori Vallow?
Have you ever met Lori Vallow?
No.
Again, just sort of yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about
Your Honor.
why?
Objection, leading.
I heard the question.
Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No, leading is a question that suggests the answer. So she can answer yes or no.
No.
So again, just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he was separated from his wife?
Yes.
Based upon your discussions, how long did you think there had been issues going on between Charles and his wife?
For several months, but more intensely since the beginning of that year was 2019. So since the beginning of that year.
You told us that Charles talked to you let me ask you, yes or no, did he talk to you in great detail about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you met on an LDS dating site, right?
Correct.
So are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I am.
Was there anything that you were hearing that you thought were outside of your beliefs?
A lot of things.
As Charles was telling you these things about his wife, can you tell us his demeanor? What his voice was like, what his attitude was like as he's talking about that?
I just remember thinking that he was strangely calm and still kind towards Lori, even through what they were going through.
You told us you were aware he had a child. Did you know where that child lived, who the child lived with?
Yes,
Who was that?
he was living with Lori at that time.
You have
He had
this-
older children as well, but the young one was living with Lori.
You have these conversations with Charles about his wife and these things that to you seem outside the LDS religion. Why do you keep talking to him?
Well, he was very charming and kind and funny and very clever, really good banter. A lot of craziness going on around him, but he seemed pretty awesome.
Now, you guys had just known each other for a few days. Did you think you and Charles were exclusive?
Heavens no.
So would you be surprised to learn that he was talking to other people on other websites?
Not at all.
Did he in fact share some of that with you?
He did. He shared some pictures of some woman that had sent him that were quite scanty, and then proceeded to ask him for money, and thought how funny that was, that that's what people were doing online.
Did you eventually meet Charles in person?
I did,
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
just once.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
July 10th, was that 2019?
Correct.
And was that then here in Arizona that you met?
It was.
You said that you had original plans to meet and they got pushed back?
Yeah, his plane was delayed, so we met a little later than we were supposed to.
Where did you guys meet? What did you do?
At the Keg restaurant by Santan Mall, and we ate, but we talked until the restaurant closed. We were the last people there.
So you shut the place down.
We did. I finally looked around and I realized that we were the only ones there, and told them we probably should leave. And then we went outside and talked by my truck for another 45 minutes or so.
Based upon everything you had heard, was Charles coming in to see you, or was there some other reason he was in Arizona?
Charles was ecstatic to see JJ. He was coming to see JJ, so excited to take him to school the next morning. He was also coming to look for a place to live. He had an appointment to meet a realtor friend after he had taken JJ to school. And then he was also supposed to meet with Lori's brother, Adam.
So sad.
So you and Charles have this evening on the 10th. Were you going to meet again?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up in the late afternoon after he got through with the things that I just said.
So did you have a set time for the next
No.
day?
Mm-mm.
Can you describe Charles? Was he a fit man? What was his size?
Very fit and into physical fitness. And while we were talking, I know that he was swimming. I got to go to the gym, and yeah, very, very fit, strong.
When you were talking with Charles on July 10th, that evening, let me ask first, do you recall about what time you ended up meeting him?
It was around 7. I got there first, and but it was right around 7, between 7 and 7:15, I'd say.
And do you recall about how long you guys were together until you finally
Well, the
left?
restaurant closed at 10, and they were closed and no one else was there. So it was after that we left. And then, like I said, we stood by my truck and talked for another half hour, 45 minutes after that.
So a later evening.
Yes.
Can you tell us, you said that you understood he was going to go see his son. What was his demeanor about with regards to JJ and seeing his son?
Like a kid on Christmas morning, he was very excited to see JJ.
You had talked about his demeanor when he would talk about his wife. On that evening or ever, did you ever hear him swear or use derogatory names or anything like that towards Lori Vallow?
I was surprised with the details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom for JJ.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly so kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd, in a good way, it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you.
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had a life insurance policy?
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Did you understand whether or not any changes had been made by Charles to the life insurance policy?
He told me that he had changed his beneficiary to his sister Kay, and as he was proceeding to tell me some of the things that were going on, I suggested to him that maybe he should let Lori know that he had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance to Kay.
Why would you tell him that?
Because of the things that he was describing to me and his concerns for his safety and the thought that money would come into play.
Do you recall where you were when you made that suggestion to Charles?
We were sitting at dinner at the Keg.
So this is on July 10th.
Correct.
What was his demeanor like when you told him that?
He kind of chuckled and said that he probably should. Said that was a good idea.
You told us that you don't know Lori Vallow, correct?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that you sort of have no beef in this case?
I have no beef in this case.
Do you know any of Charles's family back then?
No,
Any of Lori Vallow's family back then?
no.
When you, I guess, left Charles after talking in the parking lot that evening, you told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, to have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of 2018?
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No,
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December, that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone and I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not. And I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night, and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross?
Y'all get ready. Here we go. Here we go. She's ready to rumble. That was so sad. Okay.
Nancy Joe, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before,
We
correct?
have not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
I'm going to
Not
object
naturally?
argumentative. I'm going to also object under
Yo.
611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
Let's sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
All right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
moving
sorry, Your
forward.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
She's gonna get that last word in.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight? Maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. If there's a specific area.
Try and embarrass her. It's gonna be something embarrassing.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
She knows all the lingo.
Sidebar.
Y'all, when she said don't flatter yourself, go back over there and get some honey bun and some Skittles and redo your makeup. Y'all, this is saucy. Okay, here's the thing. Lori's trying to shame her. Lori's completely trying to shame her. Whatever the text messages say, she was like, did you ask him if he's a good kisser? Is it normal to date men? She's trying to put her out there for the church. She's trying to, yeah. Also, not only is she shaming her, she's also trying to get her in trouble with the church. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so whatever the text messages are, Lori's going to try and get around to them. What if Nancy called her a Cora whore? What if she was like, don't flatter yourself, you Cora whore? Can you imagine? Lori would come unglued. This is the spicy. This is what we're here for, y'all. This is what we're here for right here. This kind of spice right here. But also, here's the thing. So imagine now, obviously, I mean, I don't personally know Charles Vallow, but just what we've seen of him in video, and then like his physical appearance, whatever. Obviously, Charles is a good-looking dude. He's athletic.
It shouldn't take too much longer. I'll have the jury wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear.
So imagine someone like Charles Vallow on a dating site. You already know he's going to be popular. You know what I'm saying? And so then to sit here and listen to this, like where she's like, okay, I've got this dude. He, you know, he's not talking trash about this psycho ex-wife of her, you know, wife, whatever you want to call it. Not talking trash, probably concerned, excited to meet the kid, see the kids the next day. Like all these like green flag things. Right, okay, there we go.
The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's what I
Yes.
recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door. If you want her to answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
How am I supposed to know what a lot of things are?
All right. If you want her to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll
No
bring the
objection.
jury back in and have her answer the question. All right.
They're setting her up. That was the right there. She's going to do it. She's going to do Lori Ann. She's going to do Lori. You mark my words. She's getting there ready to do Lori Ann. Lori's going to be stupid to even say anything further at this point. It's like he kind of let her know, y'all, this is about to get crazy, okay? State's not going to say one thing. They're just going to let her talk. They're just going to let Lori dig her grave. I mean, my heart's going. This got me going, y'all. So yeah, somebody up there said this is why Lori represented herself. 100%. These moments here, this is 100% why we're here. And the way that she tries to get my husband, my this, it's like, girl, you conspired to kill your husband and your kids. Yeah, 100%. Hear me out. She's going to 100%. Yep. She's going to absolutely put her out there. Yeah, we need to. I don't have the official sofa cup in front of me, but it's sipping from the cup of the time right here, y'all. Man, when she said, don't flatter yourself. I bet this is very scary for Nancy Jo. Oh, maybe they're bringing the jury back in.
What the witness observed is not relevant?
Why are they doing this?
I didn't say that.
Why are we here?
Let's do a sidebar.
Okay, I would love that.
Okay, I would love that.
Okay, so there is Lori Vallow Daybell wanting to do a sidebar. So it's been very interesting so far today. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching the Lunch Show Q&A here on Law and Crime, and we are taking your questions. So drop them into the chat, and we will gladly take all of them. It's been a hot day. It's been getting spicy there in the courtroom in Arizona, and Gigi McKelvey is going to tell us all about it.
Let's
She
hear what
is
Gigi
here
says.
with us, as is Rich Schoenstein. He is a
I'm checking
litigator.
on Court TV
So Gigi,
for when
she is the host of the Pretty Lies and Alibis podcast and also works with us here at Law and Crime. So Gigi, tell us what is going on. We know right now that Nancy Jo Hancock is on the stand.
Oh, Anjanette, wow. It got tense. It was awkward. And one thing, Nancy Jo clearly knows how to get under Lori Daybell's skin. We saw Lori switch from that really soft-spoken, pro se, defending herself, to really sort of acting like a scorned wife, referring to Charles as my husband. Did you know he was married? Do you go out with married men, which is pot calling the kettle black?
Amen.
It's been so wild there this morning, Anjanette. The tension in the room, we all were just looking around at each other at certain points, wondering, is this going to escalate even further?
Yeah, most definitely. And this is what all of us were saying was going to happen. All of us who've been watching this case unfold, Gigi, we've been watching her go through the motions of kind of representing herself and trying to make some points on cross-examination. And she was doing that earlier in the day with Detective Coons. And she's been able to kind of rein it in and hold in her emotions when she questions people like Detective Coons. But then we knew something was going to change when people who had a personal stake in this, or who were more witnesses who had a personal connection to the case, got involved.
I'm checking out on other streams that are showing the courtroom.
Yeah, and we saw that today. I mean, this is the woman that Charles went on a date with just hours before he was shot and killed. She said they were together till after 10 o'clock that night. They closed the restaurant down and carried the conversation out into the parking lot for another 45 minutes. And they had been texting and calling for a good bit over, maybe a couple of weeks. But Charles was very open with her about what he was dealing with as far as Lori and this separation and everything that was going on. And when she got on the stand, you just immediately, once Lori got up for cross, you could tell by the first sentence out of her mouth, it was personal. She had shed that I'm pro se, I'm defending myself persona. And at this point, it is personal. And Lori is really having a hard time containing her emotions in that courtroom right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And so we are, of course, on the lunch break. We are going to be taking your questions for the rest of the week when the court is on the lunch break. So Lori, or Gigi, pardon me, I called you Lori. I don't know why I did that. So that was an accident. But Gigi, talk to me about what could possibly happen after lunch. Tell us a little bit about what the judge said again to Lori, because things could get really crazy after lunch. She's got some time. Lori's got some time to cool down, but talk to us about what could go on after lunch.
Well, Lori wanted to ask Nancy Jo, what did Charles tell you about me? In other words, this is a curiosity voyage for Lori. She just wants to know the gossip. And the jury was sent out of the room, and the judge warned her, you could be opening a very big door with this line of questioning.
Big time.
Lori said, okay. So we broke for lunch. And so maybe her advisory council over the lunch hour is going to talk her off of the ledge a little bit and say, you do not want to open this up, because then a lot of this religious stuff is going to come in. Most likely JJ and Tylee's murder, which she is convicted of, is going to come in, and that's going to change the trajectory of this trial in 180 degrees. And it's not in her best interest, but I just don't know if Lori is going to be able to resist. She wants to know what was some of the last things Charles Vallow ever said about her before her brother Alex Cox shot and killed him.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is where she could just I mean, it's not looking good anyway, a lot of this evidence, but this is where things
Thank
could get
you,
really,
Anita.
really bad for her. Let's go to Rich now. Rich Schoenstein is here. He's a litigator, also as a host at Law and Crime, was when we were doing stuff on the network. So Rich, you have been watching this case and you are a litigator. This is something you do. You represent people. You go into court and you give opening statements. You cross-examine witnesses. So what are your thoughts so far on Lori Vallow Daybell? She prefers to be called Daybell. What are your thoughts on her performance so far in this trial?
Well, Anjanette, I do represent people in court, but the one person I'll never represent in court is myself, because we all know that.
Okay, y'all, I want to say this. I'm putting him on mute for a second. So they've broken for lunch. So they'll be back 1:30 their time, Arizona time. So my question to y'all is this. I'm going to go fix some lunch, use the bathroom. This is a good time for everybody to do that as well. Do y'all want me to leave this Law and Crime thing on to watch? Or do you want me to put the Zulema Pastinas police interview on while we do this? I can do either. It's totally up to y'all. And so y'all just we won't do an official poll, but just kind of drop in the comment sections real quick. Like what y'all want to watch. We got some Zulema, Long Crime Zoo, Long Crime. Okay, so just real quick, it looks like the majority of people want to keep watching Long Crime, so we're just going to leave it here with Gigi and Anjanette. And also remember, I mean, they showed up here. Gigi, if you're not familiar, host of Pretty Lies and Alibi, make sure to follow her. Also, Anjanette, if you're not following her on all the stuff, she's great to keep up with tabs and stuff like that. Now, Nate Eaton on his Twitter said that Kay is staring at Lori as Lori chats with her legal advisors. Mega showdown. So this is what we're gonna do, y'all. I'm gonna just let this keep going for a minute, and then we will we'll return back here in a little bit. So basically like another 45 minutes, I believe. The Long Crime might strike you. Okay, yeah, check back by the minute video. Okay, yeah. So they said 20 minutes behind. Lori doesn't. Okay, yeah. Yeah, what I can do is, so if they do, because I'm not sure. No, I'm not. Oh no, I'm not sure. Well, we'll have to see, because what will happen is if they do, we're leaving this on. Okay, so then maybe we'll take this one off. So I'm gonna save. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll put Zulema on then, because a lot of people are saying I might get struck for leaving this portion on. So we'll put Zulema on, and then we'll check back here in just a few minutes or whatever, so we can keep talking. But I just need to like do my bathroom stuff and all that, and food and whatnot. So let me set that up, and then we'll all touch back here in a few minutes. I love y'all. Bye.
And all this stuff comes up, so it's the stuff that comes up.
That's a good analogy. Yeah, brings up old.
Brings up all kinds of stuff, and
Yeah.
doubt and memories and, and connections, and then you like,
Yeah. No, I get it.
And then you just like start beating yourself up because, how could I ever done anything like this, or get involved with people like this, and how could I be deceived so much, and how could I be so stupid?
Well, don't beat yourself up.
all that
And
comes up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the hard part of it.
and hopefully this is the last time that we have to talk. But we just needed to go over a couple more things, just some clarifying questions. since we've been doing the investigation that have kind of come up again.
Okay.
Okay? Do you need water or anything, or are you good?
I'm okay.
Okay. You remember Vince?
I hope so. Fremont County.
Fremont
That was
County.
a nice one.
I do.
So how's everything been going? We getting back to normal life and back on track and
Trying to, once in a while something comes up or, some reporter comes up or,
Or you get a call from Garrett saying, hey, these guys want to talk to you.
yeah, or like, usually it's reporters that are reaching out to people to get information about me, because, I haven't talked to the media. So they're always trying to get some kind of info.
they're still trying, huh?
Mhm.
Okay, Sulema, so like I said, we're down here just to ask you a couple more questions. One second.
You know, you gotta go, you gotta go. Yeah, it's, you prepare for it and boom. So, but I was saying that when we were walking in, we left, I think it was 51, 52 in Idaho and came here.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
This is,
It's awesome.
we're doing a remodel on our house, and it's, it's opened up to the elements quite a bit. And we started it in January and had a, section of the back wall that was about that big, as big as that wall, that was opened up and just had a tarp up over it. So it was sealed up. The wind wasn't blowing in, but the air was, there's no temperature variant at all. And half of my ceiling in my home was exposed to the roof. And so, the cool air would just come in at night and just pour in there. And I think the concrete slab of my house got chilled down to about 45 degrees, and it took it until probably, April to warm up. Because it was always cool, but we had it opened up so much that we've been really enjoying the nice weather, because I would hate to be doing this in August. It would be miserable.
I was just gonna ask, so it's April, the end of April, 1st of May, when stuff starts heating up and really gets going?
So when it gets warmed up in the day, you'll have highs in May. It's always a joke about when the first 100 is going to be. It's usually April or May, and then it'll
be Saturday.
Yeah, right. It's right on track, but then we'll go back down, and it'll be 92. But 92 is warm. You step out in 92 and start playing basketball, you're going to feel it. That sun's intense. But the mornings and evenings are wonderful. My experience is, and you've lived here a long time too, that even into June, you'll come out in the morning, it'll be 68, 70 degrees. It's beautiful. But then, as soon as that sun, that's the big difference, is that when do you hit 95? If it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, who cares? If it's 10 o'clock in the morning, all right, now we're talking.
Yeah.
That's when it starts getting intense, when it's 95 at 10 in the morning. And then you're like, okay, yeah, it was 70 this morning, but we warmed right up. So you'll get if you're here Saturday, you'll get a taste of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's everyone I know right now is getting happy because it's getting into like 65, 75. We're all like, yeah.
Finally, golfing,
God. Pretty cool.
So.
Sorry, that was my wife.
No, hey, you got to answer when she calls.
So Zulema, as we've been going over things, we've been going over reports that you have given to Gilbert initially with Alex's death. And some of those statements that you gave them don't match what you gave us the last time we talked. So I just wanted to clarify kind of why you told them something completely different. Okay? So when I was discussing last time with you, about.
Was this the day that Alex died? Is that what you're talking about?
The day Alex died.
Okay.
So do you remember anything that you told those guys as far as Lori and Chad or?
Very, very little. I don't remember much of what happened. To tell you the truth, there's a part of between 2 weeks there that there isn't much, like, it's very foggy for me. But that night specifically, there are certain things that I remember, but not all of it. And I don't remember, like, I can't put a timeline together. Like, I don't know what happened first and what happened next. I don't know which one was first and which one was second. I really don't. I've been trying to put it together, but I haven't been able to.
We've also never seen what, statements she's purported to have made, so it's,
Well, I can let you look at a copy, but so when Gilbert Police, let me just preface this. We're just trying to eliminate some of the things maybe defense for Lori and Chad are going to bring up during trial. Okay. And part of that defense could be that they try to pin this on other people, right? So, or make you not look as credible as what you are in case you have to testify.
Mm-hmm.
So in order for us to make you look credible and to use what you say in court, we want to kind of jump out ahead of any type of defense that they're going to bring up and try to make it look like you are lying or trying to get back at them or something like that. So in going over these reports, that's kind of what we are doing to make sure that everything that you told us kind of matches what has happened, right? And so when we were going over Gilbert's reports, there's some things in there that you said that you told us about when you last talked to Chad and Lori, and about when you, well, I'll just come out and ask you. You told Gilbert that you had no idea how to get a hold of Lori and Chad when they asked you who Alex was on the phone with. Can you tell me why you told them that?
I wonder why I would have said something like that, because I told them that they were on the phone with him.
Right, and they asked you how to get a hold of him. And in your statement, you said you had only met Lori a couple of times before she moved. And you hadn't seen Lori since she moved a few months ago, and you didn't think Lori was married.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, let's look at those statements.
Yeah.
When I said look at them, just look at them carefully there for a second. You didn't think Lori was married, right? Did you know she was married at that point?
Yeah, I did know that
Okay.
she was married.
Okay.
Yeah, because she had sent me pictures of when she had gotten married.
Okay.
So yeah, I did know that.
And
I mean,
do you-
I didn't, let me put it this way. I saw the pictures of them on the beach, her dressed in white, him dressed in white, and they were dancing and kissing. And all
right,
of
seen
it.
those. We've seen all the pictures, yeah.
Right. So I assumed, it was assumed that that was a wedding ceremony.
When you told them, what else did she say in that statement that she hadn't talked to him in a while? What was that statement about?
That you had only met Lori a few times.
Well, obviously, that's inconsistent with what she's told you guys.
That you hadn't seen her since she moved a few months ago. And that you didn't think Lori was married.
What's the timing on hadn't seen her since she left a few months ago? Is there any explanation of that? Was there any timeline on that? Was there any clarification of what that
Well, we
meant?
know Zulema had gone up there.
Right.
So she's saying that since she moved.
I wonder if she's talking about since they moved to Idaho or to Hawaii. That's what I'm wondering about. She hadn't seen him since they moved to Hawaii.
That could be.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
That could be, but she said that she didn't know what state Lori and Chad lived in. So those are the type of things that defense is really going to probably ask you.
Yeah. So I didn't, when they left, Rexburg, they didn't tell anybody where they were going. Not even even Alex was trying to find out where they were at, and he had asked them where they were at, and they wouldn't disclose where they were at. They didn't. So
you had no idea they were in Hawaii?
No.
What about the times you guys conference called?
When we were talking on the phone, they wouldn't say where they were at. So when they left from Rexburg, they didn't disclose where they were at. How I found out that they were there is when they were on the news.
Okay. Because there's some, so back in the reports, I don't know if I have that with me. They had talked to you and Melanie Boudreau about going to Hawaii after they were married. Is that not true?
This was when I can't remember when he was. I remember them saying that. So hold on, let me see if I can put a timeline on that.
Our timeline that we have has that roughly in November. And then they go missing in December, November 26th.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had some conference calls with him the first week of December.
Mm-hmm.
You and Alex and Melanie Boudreau.
Mm-hmm.
And Ian was on the phone. And so I'm wondering, based on all that, and then
Yeah,
the
this one.
statements to Gilbert.
So she said, this could be you, come to Hawaii. And
What
this
day was that?
That was on November 9th. This was
Okay.
was the day that they sent this,
The pictures.
the pictures.
Uh-huh.
And
Who
that,
sent that to you, Chad or Lori?
I think this was Lori's.
Okay.
And she sent it to me and Alex.
Do you have that number?
Yes. Where is it? I just lost it. There it is. Okay.
Those phones can be a
I
pain.
don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know if I'm gonna run there, it might be right there.
Maybe.
Nope.
It should be there.
Yes.
2 participants. Okay, so that one was from 480-692-9562. And I remember this, I responded to her with a scripture. Because they were still trying to convince me to move.
To be clear, they didn't tell you they were living there yet, right? I mean,
No.
This was them for a wedding. They came back after this, right?
They came back after this.
And then it was long around Thanksgiving that they vanished.
But for
And
Thanksgiving.
is that when you didn't know where they went?
That's when I didn't know where they went, yes.
So when you saying come to Hawaii, it wasn't, hey, we're living here, come move to Hawaii with us.
But I believe they had conversations saying that after they got married, they were moving to Hawaii.
With Sulema?
And Melanie Boudreau.
Okay. No, I don't know about Melanie, but.
And so that's why I was wondering, when it comes to the Gilbert reports, you say you have no idea where they're at or how to get a hold of Lori, or you've only met Lori a couple times. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Where there's a discrepancy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's why we want to talk about that, and I wanted to know why you had told Gilbert police that you kind of really didn't know Lori or where she was at.
You know, and before I don't want you answering something about having potentially misled Gilbert Police Department until I hear the statement. I mean, mean, I think what she's told you guys is the truth.
Right.
And that's what, that's what the agreement was, is that she was gonna come in and tell you guys the truth. So, I mean, there's a discrepancy between the two. I mean, clearly.
Right, and that's why we're trying to get out in front of it just before trial.
Right, sure.
We just want to figure out if you in fact did make that statement, and if you did, why you made that statement.
Do you remember making that statement? Okay.
I don't remember. I remember going to the hospital. I remember them putting me in a ambulance, and they took Alex in another ambulance. And I remember them taking us to the hospital. And I remember they started working with him, and then they put me in a room. And I don't remember much of what happened between that and until the time that they brought me back to the room for me to turn off the machines for him. I don't remember when I was taken back there. I don't remember whether the person that came to talk to me, was it before or after that? I don't remember, and I can't put it together. I can't not put it together.
Okay.
I don't even remember the name of the person that was there. I don't even remember what he looks like. So if I was to see him right now, I wouldn't even recognize him. I have no idea. There's nothing right there. Then I remember when I turned off the machines, they told me, I remember somebody came saying that I couldn't touch him anymore, that he was considered a crime scene, and that I needed to leave. I asked for a couple of minutes with him. They gave me I don't know how long, but they gave me a few moments with him. And I remember coming out of the room, and my son-in-law came. And I remember him saying to somebody who was there, we're gonna get a lawyer right now, so speak to our lawyer. And then I remember leaving. But I don't remember when that happened. You know what I mean? There's no correlation there for me. None of it.
I'm gonna time right now. I'm gonna make that call.
Okay.
Let me do that, and then I'll come back in as soon as I can. You guys feel free to chat about anything other than this, and I'll be right back, because I'm just gonna, never miss one call from them. So let me go do that, and I'll be right back, okay?
Have you been to Rexburg or Idaho since?
No.
It's getting to be nice up there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Last time I was there was cold.
Yeah, it's cold.
It was cold for me anyways.
It seems like it's cold for 8 months out of the year, but
Yeah.
now's the time where it starts to get nice and warm, and it's not hot like here, but I take the heat.
I would take the heat any day.
Yeah.
So I always run 2-3 degrees colder than everybody else. And you think that they won't make that big of a difference, but it really does.
Well, I'm not sure anybody that lives down here owns a jacket, do they?
We do, because after you're here for a while, they call it your blood thins out, and it really does.
Oh.
So you become kind of a wimp, because as soon as it gets to 70, you're like, oh, it's so cold now, And so and besides the fact that my own temperature is lower than most people, then I'm always cold. So I have a sweater with me most of the year.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Even in the summer months?
Mm-hmm, in the summer months,
my
because
God.
when I go inside of if I'm working inside of like a grocery store or,
The air conditioning.
anywhere, the air conditioning is too cold for me, so I put the sweater while I'm inside the store, and then I take my sweater when I leave the store.
So does every house down here have air conditioning?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine living down here without it.
Yeah, there are some houses that have those, they call them the swamp coolers,
Oh, yeah.
and some houses run on those ones because it's cheaper to run that than to run an air conditioning. But it's not the same.
Well, I think even in Idaho, they have swamp coolers.
Yeah.
But the older I get, the more I hate heat and cold. So I I like it between probably 80 and 90, somewhere in there. So in our summer months, we run the air conditioner.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't get near as hot up there as it is down here, but yeah,
I like it. It's nice.
Down here?
Yeah, to be able to walk out.
it's nice for a change, but I don't know if I can live in 110 degree heat for 4 months out of the year.
Do that.
So the first summer is really, really tough because your body is not used to it yet and you're like not really, well, during the summer we don't do things outside. We just don't.
Just stay inside. And
You go from the house to the air conditioning house and then from the house to the air conditioned cars. And, you know, some people here also have those starters for their cars.
Oh, yeah.
So they start their cars and their air conditioning before they get into it. So that works.
see, that's funny. In Idaho, we have those to
Heat it up.
heat it up.
Right, there you go, see? So, but,
How do they play, like, how do kids play sports down here if it's like 110 degrees during the day?
so they do it really early in the mornings or sometimes in the evenings, but you never do it like in the middle of the day. And our hottest time, it is at 5 p.m. because we're in a.
How are you?
Good, how about you?
Good.
Good to see you.
He's complaining about hot weather again.
Well,
No, I'm saying I enjoy it. I don't know if I could do the 110
you could do
all the time.
You could do it because you see the offset of that. Because then you have 8 months of pure heaven.
That's true. So they play,
I don't know.
do they do overnight sports?
Yes, a lot of people, you'll see them in the courts at night.
Yeah.
Like the kids at the skate park, the basketball courts, and the parks are usually busier at night than
Just
during
because
the
it's the coolest time of the day, huh?
Yep. And we get used to it. You know what I mean? And you really do. Like in the summer, sometimes I'll go taking a jog like around 7, 8 o'clock at night, and you know, you're just used to it. So it doesn't really bother you as much as it would the first summer that you're here.
Yeah, I'd imagine you used to it. I never have gotten used to the cold weather.
No.
Yeah, I couldn't either. I couldn't do it that cold.
I'm not a cold person.
Mm-mm.
I still have that California blood, I think, just a little bit.
There you go. That's it. Yeah, I would do heat any day over the cold.
Yeah.
So, and those 4 months, really, they're not, people think that they're like horrible, but you just
Get used to it.
you get used to it and then you navigate through it. You know, you don't go outside up around 5 o'clock. You know, you just not gonna do that.
Until your air conditioning breaks, and then you have to wait a month for a repairman to come because they're so dang busy.
So here they don't let you wait a full month. That they'll only make you wait for up to 24 hours and no more than that.
Oh, that's not bad.
Because it's like emergency here. You know,
Yeah, you
your
could die.
AC needs
Yeah.
to be fixed. It needs to be fixed right away.
That'd be the work to get into. You'd probably make good money being busy too.
They are busy during the summer, extremely busy during the summer. So, you know, some people, when that happens to them, they just go to a hotel for the night and then they just come back to the house the following day. Yeah.
Especially if you're an elderly person and you really can't move or go somewhere, they could get pretty sick.
Yeah.
Or die really with heat stroke.
Yeah.
They're stuck in a house.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So definitely like it's something else. Like I remember one time my AC got broke down and we had to wait until it broke in the afternoon, so we had to wait until the following morning. So we had to be without AC throughout the night. We had all the windows open, we had all the fans going, and it was miserable.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
Because it was like 98, 99 degrees inside the house.
And see, that's the thing with cold though, you could always throw more blankets on or
True.
dress warmer. Right? With hot, you can get completely naked and then that's
You're
just
still
it.
hot.
Yeah.
True. And at the time, I didn't know, they make these things, this makeshift things where they put this bucket, right? And you put ice inside the bucket, and then you put a fan on the top, and then the air that is coming through the sides, you make holes on the side of this bucket. So then when you put the fan on top, the air that is coming out of those holes is cold. So you can actually have a makeshift AC in your room. So anyways, at the time, of course, we didn't know that you could do things like that. We could have done that. Yeah, it's a really good idea, actually.
Huh.
So I find all kinds of things that you can make on YouTube.
When you're in desperate times, yeah. Exactly.
YouTube will help you with all kinds of stuff that you have to do. So
Well, my kids both play soccer and my daughter plays softball.
okay.
And so they're always practice every night, after school or games a couple times during the week on Saturdays. But I couldn't imagine, but it makes more sense they would have them later.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't imagine them playing in 110-degree weather.
Yeah.
It would just, I'm sure a lot of kids would get sick with heat stroke or something.
Yeah. And they do have, like season sports. There are certain sports that are like, the winter sports, the spring sports, and then some of them there are summer sports. But summer sports are usually like swimming or like gymnastics or,
something
like
inside,
things, most of the stuff is inside, yeah, like volleyball and stuff like that. So, yeah, they don't do much outside during the summer. I don't do much outside during the summer, actually, to tell you the truth. I take my grandkids sometimes to the park and take them like super late, like right before it gets dark. So we walk all the way to the park. Sometimes I drive them, but sometimes we walk so that they can get them really nice and tired. And they play for a little bit. And I'm like, okay, guys, it's getting dark. Let's go.
Time to go and go to bed.
Grandma's tired.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure that playground equipment gets scorching hot during the day. You can't even get on it.
Well, if you, I don't know if you've seen them, but a lot of the parks here have those big, what are the things called? Like
an umbrella type deal?
Yeah, they're like made, like they're in a triangle. They're this big, huge
Like
shades for the equipment, so that the kids can actually play on them, because otherwise they get too hot.
Yeah,
they'll burn themselves. Yeah. So yeah, most of them have the shades on top of them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Something that you wouldn't see probably in Idaho.
No, but even in Idaho, I mean, in August or July, and it's 95 out. I remember taking my kids to the park, and you get on those plastic slides. And they burn their legs or their hands. So how far do you live from the police department here? So is it like a 15-minute drive? Or
15, 20 minutes, yeah. No, it's not bad at all. So, seems like.
Have I traumatized y'all enough with cinema? Y'all good over here? Following up what we just saw Lori do with Zulema is diabolical on my part. Y'all, I have never had so much fun explaining something to somebody. I couldn't get off of here fast enough to start making my lunch telling Matt about Lori. Y'all, what we are getting ready to watch, literally, a narcissist absolutely dig their grave, explain to everyone how deep the grave is, how treacherous the grave is, and then dive head first into it. Oh, hey, Slow. How's it? Pardon me. How's it going, Slow? Oh, so I was over here punching air, mouth on the ground. Y'all. Whoever says me too, me to my boyfriend, please, I need you to hear this. But this is the kind of tea that, like, even like your husband's boyfriend, they're gonna get invested, right? Because it's like that insane. So here's the thing. So let's talk about it for a second. So number one, I'll make a separate video, like a reaction video to just this part, because I think Lori's gonna rake her over. Somebody saw up here, whatever, on what do you call it? I forgot what I was saying. Sorry. Oh, someone said something about Nate saying someone had tea that Lori said she's got a bunch of questions. She's got to be done with this lady for a while. Oh wait, Tori, I didn't see your thing, Tori. Let me see what you said. Hold on, let me scroll back up. Hold on, where's Tori? Gotta give them a peanut butter sandwich every day. She controls the weather. Oh, I get it. Let's see if anybody else does. The peanut butter sandwich reference, yeah, 100%. That's very like not niche, because like that's very specific true crime connoisseur right there. Like, you know, like you've been following some cases, right? M says she got it. Oh, and so let's take a moment. Thank you to all the moderators for hanging out, for making it possible, for keeping me in line, for keeping the cushions fluffed. Y'all are amazing. And the Sofa Squad as well. Y'all are so awesome. Everyone's always so kind to each other. We take our aggression out on the people that deserve it, like Lori, not each other. Right? Y'all make this such a great community, and I really appreciate it. That don't flatter yourself. Okay, so here's the thing. So this to me is this. Number one, I think Lori's doing two things. I think that Lori is obviously trying to shame her and make her seem like a Jezebel, Cora whore, whatever. But also I think she's trying to put her out there for the church, because you heard her say she's LDS. So Lori's trying to be like, well, we weren't divorced. We weren't getting a divorce. Do you typically date married men? Do you go on dates with married men? You said you were talking to several men. So yeah, this is an LDS, the ladies of LDS Showdown. But again, it's like here's how it goes. Nancy Joe, she's not on trial for murdering her husband. In fact, she's talking more highly of Charles than Lori was. And this is what I was saying earlier. So here's the thing. So you, again, Charles, good looking, invested in his kids, not talking trash about his psychopathic ex-wife. So on like dating apps, if you've been on the dating apps, they're garbage, they're horrible. It's like really hard to meet decent people on there. So someone like Charles is gonna be like creme de la creme. And I'm not saying I don't know Miss Nancy Joe. She could be too in her way, right? But so here we're hearing through her perspective of, here's this, totally, I'm speaking my own words. She did not say this. Here's this totally hot dude. We're talking, a dude that talks, for hours and text, and he's hot, and he likes his kids, and he's not trash talking his wife. Yeah, we're gonna swipe right, and we're going on that dinner, and then it's so heartbreaking, because like when she started crying, it gives me goosebumps, when she was like, he was so excited to go see JJ, go have, do the thing with JJ, all the things, whatever. That was so heartbreaking. And right there, y'all, that jury, they see real. The jury's gonna be just like us. And remember, most of the jurors are dudes. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna identify when she's sitting up here talking about Charles and this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 blah. Did you hear her also? But I mean, she had to be that next day, like, well, and you heard her, I misjudged, I had such a good conversation, and things, whatever. I mean, And then this. Yeah, don't fight. I'm gonna go. Now I may hold on. Let me. You know what? Have a good rest, Anita. Hey, do you want to come up here? Jake, you don't need to do that. Yeah, that's the dating apps are so tricky. You know, Lori, it was eating Lori up to be like, he was on the dating apps. He was on the dating apps. Oh, yeah. Nancy might have some prospects after this. She's attractive. She's nice. She was like, hey, look, this guy's got drama, but, you know, he seems like a great guy. Let me go out with him. And then Lori wants to claim. The fact that Lori is claiming my husband, I'm like, you don't get to do that. I mean, I know that I'm not like in charge of that or whatever, but you know what I'm saying? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, y'all. Okay, then hold on also. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Wait, are y'all there? Okay, yeah, hold on. Sorry, I'm like answering stuff and reading. I got a slew of things. This is what I think is going to happen. I think that Lori is going to open the door, and that now this lady knows, and this lady's like, oh, you want to try and put me out there talking about, you know, putting my private text messages, talking about, are you a good kisser? Because there's some, I can tell you this, whatever the text messages were after dinner, you know, they're probably a little bit saucy, right? They're probably a little bit embarrassing. Lori's all Lori wants to do at this point is put that out there and, like Gigi said, see what she said about her, right? Hold on. Like 100%, but she is going to hang herself doing it because this lady knows now. Okay. All Lori needs to do is say, what is everything? What all this? Well, she talked about, he said, you're having an affair with Charles Daybell. Up here trying to shame her, knowing what she herself did. And I'm talking about Lori trying to shame her, but Lori knows what she herself did. And that's not even getting to the part of killing your kids, right? Which is going up to what she's technically not even supposed to talk about the affair. Oh, man, y'all. I mean, y'all, my heart's going. You would think, and I don't even know how to finish the sentence. And this dilemma thing, y'all. This dilemma thing plays. Oh, you know what we're going to do? Hold on. You know what we should be doing? Wait, hold on. I'm over here looking. I said, I'm looking. I said, that's right. I said, I'm looking. I said, I'm upright. Okay, please hold. This is what we're gonna do. Okay, y'all, we're going to, in these last few minutes, we're just going to start rewatching it again on Court TV. What we just watched, the Nancy Joe thing. And then when it comes back on live, we'll switch over to that, right? Yeah, it's puppy witching hour over here.
About this case.
I did.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
Okay, here we go. This is a replay, y'all. This is a replay. Let me put it up here.
Nancy Joe, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before,
We have
correct?
not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't try to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out?
Oops.
You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
She threw that TV thing out.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
I'm going to
Not
object
naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter, Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter, Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
Thanks, Marisma.
I'm going to object to comments.
Marisim. I'm not sure I can see or say your name right.
On your
Thank you for
date,
being a member.
you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
Boom.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
Only just about how
When did
psychopathic
talk
you
to
were.
him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone. And when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
All right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
move to
sorry, Your
strike.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
Interesting. She tried to make it out like she had all these men.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. There's a specific area.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
Let's listen to that saucy part again. They're still not back from lunch.
To call back?
I did not.
Um,
I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
I'm going to
Not
object to
naturally?
argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in
She
your
wants to
text
try and claim him
messages,
now.
You asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection.
As if there's not a whole book out there called Loin Fire talking about some of the most diabolical BS you've ever heard of in your life between Lori and her sad man. She wants
Are
to
you
talk
trying
up
to
here
tell
talking
me
about,
and
did you
this
text him if he's a
jury
good kisser?
that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about
We
anything
talked
about our
and
other 4 children?
not talked for hours.
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter, Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
Well, I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter, Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
Sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really?
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
move
sorry, Your
strike.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll
now.
just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. There's a specific area.
Sustain.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar. Technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear.
I've been over here just talking on mute. So for everybody who wonders, first of all, so Jackie, I said thank you. I totally agree with what you said. I feel bad for the jury too. Also, for anybody who wonders why I might do a number one, this is why. Okay, I don't know how this fancy stuff works. Or I do, but I'll sit here and think I did something and then talk forever, and it's not a thing. And we already know I can barely remember what I'm saying. The last thing I said was, I think we watch it. So court is, well, let me double check. Court's not back. No. Still on lunch break. Let's watch it one more time. I just love Miss Nancy. And we still have cross-examination. Or, you know what I'm saying? Redirect, whatever.
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11.
Okay, here we go. The way that Lori just gets so incredulous. Do you date married men? Do you go out with married men normally? Anyway, she'll say those little things like, interesting.
It's Joe, right?
Correct.
Probably not
We have not met
afterwards.
before,
We have
correct?
not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband,
She
told you
does
that
look
he was
like
going
Catherine
through a divorce. Is
Zeta-Jones.
that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in?
Thank you,
process?
Slow. And I'll buy that book for sure.
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men? Not naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Like, yeah, they're still not back from lunch yet. So we're still just waiting on that.
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter, Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter, Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the
Oh, yeah, that little thing right there. I'm sure you don't. It's so petty. It's so petty. Oh my gosh. So yeah, no, that was Matt. Matt's on lunch break was singing and humming.
What?
People were like, "Are you humming? Are you singing?" I was like, "It's you."
What's classified information?
Matt says it's classified, Lori Daybell level information. But yeah, that was him. But yeah, the part where she's sitting here doing the whole thing of that, like, interesting. I know you don't like her little quips. So funny. Okay, let's see if it's come back yet. Laura or Emily said 15 minutes. We're still going. I can't get enough of it. Okay, where did we go? Where's the screen? Here we go. Okay.
the defendant made after questions, testifying.
Sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Now this part right here where she tries to make it out like you were dating some different men. I'm not familiar with how that works. It's just like, again, it's so weird to see the disconnect, right? Like you already heard her say, we've seen it on TV. It's like, girl, don't try and be all high and mighty now. We're going to have to reread Law fire, y'all. I'm sorry. I feel like we're gonna. So let's not like hold to it or whatever. But maybe after the thing tonight, we'll do a live chat, like a separate, like stop this, do another live chat for people who don't watch it and just rewatch this part. But I feel like we also need a maybe we should do that for our Sunday night thing to rev things back up. We'll see how I feel, because I might be like, oh my God, I'm so tired, because I probably will be tonight. But then I feel like we need to do loin fire with it, right? Because I'd sit here and I'm like, Lori, you have things way worse out there between you and Chad about this right here. I don't know, it just makes me whatever. Anyways, let's keep going.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their...
I feel Emily said I can't do another live. I'm the same way. I thought about Emily. I'm like, what am I talking about? I've been up since 2 a.m. Okay, let's keep going.
supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential...
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
move
sorry,
this
Your Honor.
record.
I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll
now.
just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. If there's a specific area.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
Yeah, Nancy knew all the words. She was like, you want me to go narrative? She was like, you want me to slap a little 1-2 narrative down on this one, on this core horror? Can you imagine if she said something? You want me to give this core horror the old 1-2 and give her a narrative format? Judge would have been like, I'm staying out of these two ladies' way. And this is just one, like 1 week or whatever. I've never, y'all, I mean, y'all. Okay, let's check over here. Where are we at now? Still not up yet. Still not back.
This witness shouldn't take too much longer. I'll have the jury wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear.
Yeah, hold on. pause that. Let's come back over here. Come back over here. They're still not back yet. Today's Colby's birthday. Mabel Dragon says, "Happy birthday, Colby." I can't wait to hear what she says too. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control. Hold on. Okay, hold on, y'all. Okay, so let's just do this, y'all. What just happened? I'm trying to find this. Okay, let's see where we're at with the core. Okay. This is what we're going to do. Now, this is kind of weird looking here. Now, we're going to kind of keep our eye over here on the screen, on the core. But this is the, since Lori wants to be almost prim and proper, this is the book, Loinfire, that Chad wrote to her. Let's see. On 7/13/2019, Chad texts Lori the following message. "I'm headed to bed so that I can come snuggle tightly against you. I adore you. You're truly my best friend on earth and throughout eternity. See you in a minute." Says this was dated prior to Tammy Daybell's death. On 7/14/2019, I noticed that Chad began to write Lori a story. Oh, where is that? That was sent in many text messages throughout the day. The story seemed to be a romance novel of sorts about them, but the names were changed to James and Alina. In future text messages, Chad and Lori would refer to each other as James and Alina, or Raphael and Lily. The following is the story that I observed between email and text messages. The text is just as it appears, and the messages have not been corrected for grammatical errors. Friday, driving south of the freeway, a voice said, "You will meet an extraordinary woman today who will change your life forever." This was shocking, since such a thing seemed very unlikely at this conference. It's actually a very detailed story that began long ago in another world, and I will cover that part as I go along and the characters figure things out. But on the morning of October 26, James arrived in St. George, still a bit baffled by the message he had received. He unloaded his books and set up his table, then joined the organizers for dinner in the main room. He saw his friend MJ. This is Melanie Gibbs, who we watched yesterday. Hold on, we're still not there yet. Melanie Gibbs introduced James to her friend Alina. When their hands touched, he felt a shock pass through him, and his heart started beating fast. Alina was gorgeous and vivacious, and James was a little intimidated yet honored that she would talk to him. He was happily surprised when she mentioned a key part of his novel, The Renewed Earth. No one had ever recognized the significance of this scene before. He had heard that voices before and seen that smile before. He felt they'd even talked like this before. But who could be certain when? It was strange, but he could remember. Let's check over here. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the courtroom because it's showing there. We will continue loin fire on a separate time. We will continue loin fire on another time. Okay, hold on. Let me get the screen. Here we go. How do I do it? How do I do it? How do I do it? Okay, here we go.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
Hi. Let's go on before we get started. Just do this properly. Go on and drop roll 1, 2, and then I don't know. Hold on. Just messing stuff up. Go on and drop roll 1, 2. All right. Maybe about 8 on the belt. So they're bringing the jury in. For those that are just joining or watching the second half of the afternoon, so they're back in court. They're bringing the jury in. Nancy Joe went on a date with Charles Vallow. Charles Vallow is the victim in the situation. This is like, Lori's late husband, I guess you could say. There's major fireworks between Nancy Joe and Lori. Where we left off with is the judge warned Lori, if you ask her these questions about what she touched on you, Lori said, no. Here we go.
Miss Hancock, you said that you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or
I did.
social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding, I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No.
Did they ask you for them?
No.
Okay. Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay?
Yes, to Ms. Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once,
How long was that meeting?
an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No,
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
yes, but only because I ran into him at my grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him? To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot this until right now. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
I object, Your Honor, to
question.
Argumentative harassment.
Argumentative.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
one message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back, and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then? Maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other message, but it was just one interaction, and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
Okay, when?
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was.
And how did you know who he was?
Because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was?
Brandon Boudreau.
In relation to me?
She knows the story, and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreau.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
Well, I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. But you met him? Or
I don't know that I even met him. I was there. He was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Ms. K? Not that she's law enforcement, but did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffett is who interviewed me. I believe that's, I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffett, Nathan Moffett.
And when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffett and your first communications with Ms. K, how much time passed in between there?
With Trina K?
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so.
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
He was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just to recap, you said that you met my husband on Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Give or take a day.
And you went on a date with him on July 10th?
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Okay. And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that correct?
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later? Is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just...
Thank you, that's enough. I'm just recapping here, and you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. I'll overruled. Go ahead.
Yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020, is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay.
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
Okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away. Is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. You, did you reach out to the police or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was dead?
I reached out to the police. I was surprised given that if they'd seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had had and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay, and he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how that they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister?
Absolutely.
And you said you reached out to pay your condolences.
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV and it was talking about a case and his picture came on the screen and shocked is an understatement. Yes.
In terms of talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you is accurate?
No.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you?
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask-answer format. There was, I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Okay. Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam, did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction?
Like
this pickleball?
a week and a half ago.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball tournament with your grandkid, you say hi to him?
Basically.
You don't talk at all about the case?
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure.
Okay.
Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles told me this?
Absolutely not.
When you and I met, did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this straight. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
Did I indicate to you to just tell the truth?
You told me to tell the truth.
Whatever that was.
Whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically a week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and just gregarious, big personality with his Southern accent.
You were asked a lot on cross about you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where this relationship was between Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed, and then he had recanted that. But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again, and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior to us meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said sort of the whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay. And did you understand him to have even met with an attorney?
I believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at.
Yes.
And that's what you understood Charles to be at.
Yes, and I will say, after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including myself.
So even though you knew he was just barely starting now, did you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down. I think we have our white noise.
The jury asked questions?
Yep.
Okay, y'all, can you hear my microphone? Is it okay? Or is it like, or is it too, does it sound weird or muffled or anything? Earlier, somebody said that it sounded weird. You can hear me okay? Does it sound muffled? Okay. Did you just hear? The jury can ask questions? So, y'all, that was crazy. Okay. Now, when Lori started digging the stuff out, I was like, well, hold on now. Miss Lori might be getting ready to expose something. When she was like, talking, and once the picture came together, I was like, oh, wait a second. Like, this is just, I guess, small world, right? Just don't get too close to it. Yeah, before I think I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Man, they went back and forth. No, I couldn't talk to him again. He was dead. And you hear Lori, nope, that's enough, thank you. Oh, she just treaded her. You barely heard anything from the state during that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, when Lori started uncovering the thing about Adam, and then she's like, oh, well, I want to change what I said. I saw, what is it? Adam on a dating site. I was like, hold up now. Hold up. What's going on here now? And I mean, yeah, she was like, well, he thought that you were having an affair. I was like, oh, yeah, Lori's going to be talking about this in the unit all night long. I don't think she has a roommate where she's at, but if she did, oh, trust. Oh, yeah, can you imagine are we going to hear the jury question? So, first female witness, and it's bombshell female witness number one. So it's hard to tell, pardon me, what Lori would be like talking if this is like a female investigator versus a woman that her husband was going on dates with, right? Man, I can't wait to hear the jury question. Nate Eaton reads him on his recaps. I love every bit of that. Hey, Ashley, how's it going? Hey, Priscilla. Hey, Cinnabay. Hey, Mac. Hey, Zachi. I hope I'm saying that right. Hey, Aletha. Aletha, I hope I'm saying that right, too. Nate Eaton is the host of, doesn't he own East Idaho News? Isn't he like the owner of that or something? Pardon me. Hey, Brenda. Oh, yeah. When Kay gets up there, please. Hey, Nirvana. Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Beverly. He does. Okay. Thank you, Beverly. Hey, Dominique. Hey, Mama. Lisa. Jen. Emily. Grandpa Potato. Little Dr. Pepper Zero to keep us through the day. Whew, y'all. My heart can't take this. Not the Dr. Pepper, but the testimony. This was big time. This was big time. Hold on. I've not tried the blackberry Dr. Pepper, but they have so many different flavors. I typically don't like any kind of flavored soda except for cherry flavored. And even then it's tricky because it kind of messes with me at this stage in life. But Matt likes all the weird, funky Dr. Pepper flavors. So, but I'll do, and the only reason I'm drinking this is because it's what I grabbed. I'm a Coke Zero kind of guy. Pardon me. But they weren't. I went on lunch break and got them out of the truck, so they're cooling off. So, yeah, I think Nancy Joe seems very. I mean, obviously, I don't know her personally. She's very pretty. She's very well spoken. She seems very articulate. She seems like a nice lady. Learning the little bit that we learned about her, it sounds like she's got great. Oh, she's going to do herself up. What would you do if she was like, Lori, did they have this? They got this shade in prison, Lori? She said, I'll do myself up right here now. I mean, kudos to her for coming up here. Can you imagine, like, you talk to a dude for a week and then here you are? She does look like Catherine Zeta-Jones. Totally. It's like a very attractive crowd in this trial, right? It's like the dudes have all been like really handsome, like firefighters and cops, and Nancy's this beautiful woman. All thanks, Lillian. I appreciate it.
Ever expressed to you verbally any indications of stress?
Definitely. He was very worried that.
I think we'll just keep it with a yes/no answer for this question. Does the defense have follow-up based on that juror question?
She can't help herself. She's going to.
Does the defendant have follow-up based on that juror question?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right, state.
No.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you, Nancy Joe. We applaud you from home. He's like, okay, state 8, next witness. Well, y'all, I'm awake now. Let me tell you what. Okay, so okay, they're on a little, break or whatever. Yeah, y'all. Oh, hold on. Thank you, Crafting, for being a member for 7 months. And all I can say to you, girl, is rewind like 2 hours worth, depending on if you just got here. The tea is so piping hot. I don't know what to say about it.
A little bit of an earlier recess than our normal afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition.
Okay, so I just put it on mute a little bit. So, Crafton, we just had the most bombshell witness. So for those just joining, the lady Nancy Jo Hancock, who Charles Vallow went on a date with the night before he was murdered, took the stand and had a showdown with Lori. And I'm talking, Lori was up there trying to shame her for dating a married man, for being on the websites, all the things. She's up here telling Lori, don't flatter yourself. She's, giving it right back to her. Okay. It's big time. You know what? Matter of fact, you know what she would do? Please hold. You know what we'll do? We'll just go back. We'll just go back and watch it.
And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our.
This is a replay of earlier while we're on break. So, Crafton, if you're watching, this is the replay from earlier.
Correct.
And we have not met before, correct?
We have not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men? Naturally?
I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance.
Imagine if she was like, doesn't matter if he answered it. I found out for myself. Lori would have, that would have been she would definitely get the belt over that
You're trying
one.
to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives.
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter, Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter, Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
So I'm sorry, but Lori's little snide comments are so funny and petty to me, right? The way she's just, sure you didn't. Interesting. It's like Lori's thinking, out loud, and it just absolutely kills me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's almost like you can, like, if you're in some situation like this where you're like thinking of a scenario where you want to get like snippy with someone, it's like Lori is saying out loud what we think in our head, right? Sure you didn't. Interesting. And it just absolutely ticks the state off, right? Which, I mean, totally understandable why. Okay, here we go. Let's see the court's at. Okay, they're still gone.
Sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
Worst thing you can say to Lori, we didn't talk about you that much in that vein. Well, what vein did you talk about? In the crazy vein. What do you think? You know what I'm saying? It's just, she teetered around it so delicately. But you've already heard, she said, about her, Charles being under the assumption that Lori's having an affair. Lori's trying to make it out like she's little Miss Prisspot. Mm-mm.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Imagine if she was like, it's actually very common, just like you, Lori. Very, very common. And also in that part right there where Lori tried to make it out like, so you're talking to several of the menses on the apps, I take it. Tell me what that was like to talk to these random men that you had coming and going, running through your home. I mean, she's just laying it on thick, right? I'm talking about, she's trying to make it out like Nancy Joe's got a little ad on the oh my god, I was gonna say, what was that thing, that paper called? I can't remember now. Let's see what they're doing in court. Let's see if they're back. Yet if they put up like someone like Kay Woodcock next, y'all, I don't know if I can handle it. I don't know if I can handle it. Back page, yes. It's so funny. Craigslist. I see y'all are on the same vibe. You already know. You already know, right? This is exactly what I was talking about. She's trying to make it out like she's got a little Craigslist back page or whatever. This is the same thing. Come on. Right? And it's just like, Lori, you literally wiped out your whole family for Chad Daybell. And it's just, I would have been too embarrassed to try and sell the attitude that Lori's trying to sell. You know what I mean? Like, I understand if you need to sit here and question and do this and do that or whatever, but it's also so obvious that she's wanting to figure out, my ears are itching now that I've had these on here. She's just wanting to figure out, like, what did you talk about me? Like, what did you say? Look. Blackberry Dr. Pepper tastes like medicine. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah. Oh, I mean, this is plenty of fish. Yes. This is some plenty of fish drama right here. Okay. I don't know what site they met on, but it's giving plenty of fish. Oh, absolutely, Neens. Thanks for clipping that. That's the easiest way for me to share stuff on my Instagram. I appreciate you posting it, getting the word out.
I like it.
Y'all, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick while we're still on break, and I put the thing up, the screen that it'll pop up here in a second. Luke bit what's his name? Bo's ear. So now Bo's trying to get him back. It's one of the witching hours of the day. This is one of them. And then like 9 o'clock at night when you're like pretty much ready to be in bed, it's the most intense one. So, but I took them, they've gone on a nice major walk today. So they'll go on another major walk, or, you know, another walk at least. Oh, thank you, Liz. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here with the Sofa Squad and laughing along with us at stuff and whatnot. So I'll take them on another, like, trying to wear them out. So I just saw somebody put that Christina Atwood's going to be the next witness. So this should, we're getting into some of the fiery witnesses now. Oh, yeah. Megan brings up an excellent point. Lori didn't ask Nancy where she parked. She's not on her A game today, right? Boys. I don't even know if you, they're all. Bobo. Shh. Oh, thank you, Without a Trace, for gifting 5 memberships. Hey, Luke. Let's settle that down. We're getting a little too excited. Luke. Shh. It really, Luke, Bo goes crazy the one coming at my face whenever I make that noise. Shh. Okay. I know. Don't get the food going. Lord mercy. Uh-oh. Somebody's in the kitchen. Let's all go. Oh, Lord. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. Let's get a little bit settled here. Yeah, so just got home. Liz, you know what? Oh, wait, hold on. Liz, you missed so much drama today. Oh, here we go. We're getting into some major drama kind of stuff. So Christina Atwood is allegedly up next. Yeah, Luke, y'all. Luke is a talker, a barker, a yeller, all the things. Let's see here. There we go.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up here in front of me and be sworn in.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
And if you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the.
52.
Thank you. I know nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes.
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes,
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, did you ever meet Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do you recall sort of where you first met her? Start with that.
At church.
And do you recall approximately when you first met her?
We moved into that area in 2010, and I'm not sure if their family was there at that time or not, but
sometime after that?
yes.
And did you know her husband, Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that also through church?
Yes.
Did you initially, well, let me start. Did you know they were married?
Yes.
Did you have more contact with one over the other?
More with Lori than with Charles.
And why was that?
My sons and husband had interaction with Lori through the primary program. And I didn't have much interaction with her before they moved to Hawaii. But when her and Charles had moved to Hawaii, we went on a trip and we stopped to visit, and Charles was not at home. And so we interacted with Lori on that trip.
Okay. Do you see Lori Vallow at that time in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry, what was that?
See Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Purple top and suit coat, dark suit coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Okay, so you told us that you met Lori and Charles through the church. Do you know how long you went to church with them before they moved to Hawaii?
I don't recall what year they moved, but I know that we moved to the area in 2010 and we went and visited in 2015.
Okay. And that's, you visited them in
Hawaii. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Other than that, well, let me ask you, when you visited Lori in Hawaii, were her kids there with her? But you said they lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know at that time how many children were living with Lori and Charles?
2.
Who were they?
JJ and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee was there that weekend. She may have been gone. It might have just been JJ.
But you were familiar with them having those 2 children?
Yes.
Residing with them?
And I also had known her son before they moved to Hawaii, was in our ward as well. But he wasn't living in Hawaii, I don't believe.
That was, do you know if that was Colby?
Yes.
Was he a son from a prior marriage?
Yes.
Did you know any of Charles's children from a prior marriage?
No.
When you went to Hawaii and saw Lori and JJ, how long did you spend, a day or weeks? How long were you visiting them?
We visited on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or 2, and then sometime in that week we got together for a couple of hours on the ocean, just paddleboarding, and that was it.
Had you had social interactions with Lori and Charles prior to going to Hawaii?
Not anything of other than waving or saying hello or something, no.
So mostly it would have been prior to that, tied to any church activities or things like that?
Correct.
Did you at some point learn that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I'm not positive if it was that I ran into them in the temple, because I recall one time seeing them both at the temple.
Okay. And do you recall if that was around 2018?
Like, yes,
When you saw, you said you ran into them, you're saying both Charles and Lori you saw at the temple.
yes,
And so you learned they're back in Arizona at this point. Is that correct?
yes.
Did you ever have Lori ask you to go with her to Hawaii?
Yes, she did invite me.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2018, but I'm not positive.
Do you recall ever telling, well, do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes,
And were you interviewed by a couple different detectives?
yes,
In April of 2021, do you remember speaking with a detective, Ron Ball?
yes,
And do you remember telling him that sort of the beginning of the year of 2019 is when Lori asked you if you wanted to go to Hawaii?
could have been, yep,
Does that sound familiar to you?
yes.
Did she tell you why she wanted to go to Hawaii?
No, I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke with the police back in 2020, was your memory better at that point about all of what
For
was going
sure.
on? Now that it's 2025, has your memory faded as to some of the details?
Yes,
Would listening to a portion of your interview about that help potentially refresh your recollection?
yes.
And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Go ahead.
If you can just listen to this portion and see if that refreshes your recollection as to why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when. Was that you talking to the detective about this sort of time period in January where Lori's asking you to go to Hawaii and there's a lot of things going on there?
Yes, I recall that. I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
Okay. So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori and a prior invite, correct?
No, I'd just gone in 2015 with my family.
Okay.
That's the only time
That you went there with?
that I went there, yes.
Okay. So having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection about Lori inviting you to Hawaii in sort of the January of 2019 period?
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time, but at some point in either the fall or the spring there, I thought it was the fall, winter, she invited me to go to Hawaii.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you. So in January of 2019, did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
She shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
She indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with, yes.
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away, and this was one of the reasons she left?
Yes.
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
Thank you, Tanya. I really appreciate it. That's so
If you had said
amazing.
that to the police back
Thank
in
you.
April of 2021, would your memory have been better?
For
back then?
sure.
Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For
telling
sure,
them that?
yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No, not until December of 2019.
Do you know how long she stayed, how long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
Did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when the first time it was that you met with her in some group format in 2019?
I believe it was spring 2019, maybe February.
Okay. And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there?
Yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earl, and Serena Sharp.
Okay. who organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you, or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
Okay. And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes?
Yes.
And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
Yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
Okay. So this was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct.
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
Correct.
Was there anything that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
Did you recall talking to the police, again, back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
When you were meeting on this weekend, or this weekend, what do you remember about this group meeting? Was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Like, did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
When you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall telling police that Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit?
Yes.
And you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
Excellent point, Forever. Forever says she's embarrassed, and also Lori went after sensitive, impressionable people. I think that's a huge part of it. You know, if you look at a lot of the, let's say, victims of Lori's, these people, they all sucked into the situation. There are obviously people that they can convince to do stuff. I also wonder, Snarky Old Lady said, is she afraid she'll get kicked out of the church? I think that could be at stake. I think there's a lot at stake for the people who are getting up there, who still are in the church and who had their hands in the stuff. Yeah, I don't know why they don't have the sound. It's not on. It's not me. It's coming from the feed. Doesn't have sound on it. Yeah, I would absolutely have to take. I would absolutely have to take a Xanax to get up there and do this. So let's see. Let's see. Do we have over here? Not seeing Yeah, they're complaining over in Court TV's live chat that there's no sound. We'll just see when it pops up. Let's see if Nate or anybody's seeing anything. Twelve minutes ago, Nate said, we're going to recess for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to read y'all what Nate said, okay, while we're waiting. Because I think they go to break early. Maybe there's something that happened. I don't know. So I'm going to read you Nate Eaton's text messages. Yeah, the subtitles aren't coming through either. So Nate says, Christina eventually learned that Lori was, this is 42 minutes ago. So some of this we'll already know, right? Christina eventually learned that Lori was back in Arizona. Lori invited her to come to a group in February, spring 2019. Other people were at the meeting: Zulema Pastinas, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earl, and Serena Sharp. Christina doesn't recall who invited her to the meeting. It was at Zulema's house. Christina knew Lori and Charles were separated. JJ was with Charles in Texas. Tally was staying with Uncle Alex. Lori was also living with Alex, according to Christina. The only other person Christina knew in the group was Nicole. This is the first time she was meeting Zulema. Lord bless her. My God, can you imagine? Zulema's who we were playing at lunchtime in the beginning, okay? Let's see. At this meeting, Lori was concerned about dark spirits plaguing Charles. Trina asked if Lori said dark spirits possessed Charles. Christina doesn't recall. Trina reminds Christina she told police in 2021 that this was the first time she heard of Charles being possessed. Lori said Charles had a dark spirit and was possessed. Trina asked the name of the dark spirit. Christina doesn't recall. Trina asked if listening to the recording of her interview with police would help her recall. Christina says it would. So I'm going to get to this in a second because I'll tell you what I think is going on here. Christina listens to the police interview. She told police a spirit had possessed Charles, but she couldn't remember the name. Christina recalls Lori speaking about Charles being possessed on more than one occasion. Lori was open about it. Christina recalls Lori having at least 2 phones, plus a third line that was a home landline. Lori was not working at the time. Christina did not know Lori to work. Trina asked Christina if Lori ever talked to her about castings. Yes, Christina says it was praying for dark spirits to be cast out of somebody. Christina was in Lori's presence when Lori prayed for the evil spirits to leave her husband. Trina asked if people were assigned different elements as part of the casting. Christina doesn't recall. On June 9, 2019, all the ladies got together at Zulema's house. Zulema, Alex Cox, Melanie Boudreau, Nicole Earl, Melanie Gibb, and Lori were all there. Another lady was there too. Trina asked Christina if Christina's impressions about Alex Cox. He was pretty loud and outspoken, I guess, and I was very uncomfortable with what he was talking about. After the meeting, Lori still expressed that Charles was possessed. We were asked to fast and pray for her family. We came together fasting and gathered outside and had a prayer together. I remember Zulema talking about this. We were outside pray together. I believe Lori was the one who said the prayer, and then we went in and broke our fast and ate and visited. Alex is part of the outside prayer. As they were breaking their fast, Alex said he wished he could just kill Charles. Lori was around one of the times that Alex said it. Alex said this more than once. It was jocular, as I recall. He was standing up and just talking about it pretty loudly. Yikes, okay? Christina doesn't recall Lori reacting to these statements. Lori didn't say, "You can't kill my husband," or "You can't say stuff like that." Lori didn't react to the statements. Christina says the statements were upsetting. Lori said she had crushed up some of JJ's medicine and put it in Charles's drink mix. Trina asked if it was a significant amount of medication, and Christina says, "Yes, I was disturbed." Alex had no reaction to this. I mean, y'all. Okay, Christina didn't say much. Stay much longer at the gatherings. She left, and the next day asked Lori if she would visit with her. Christina met with Lori. I told her I was very concerned about what had been said and that it was really disturbing. I told her if something happened to Charles, I would go to the police. She said they were just being silly and playing off of each other and hadn't meant anything by it. She was just being dramatic. Okay. Lori says she hadn't given Charles as many drugs as she said the day before, tried to minimize it. Lori began making statements that Christina believes went against her religion, and Lori said she did not need to repent anymore. Christina says these statements stuck out because in her faith, members believe everyone except Jesus Christ needs to repent. Lori began talking about knowing members of her group in prior lives. At the last meeting in June, Serena was not present. Christina overheard Lori talking about Serena. It was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect. After Christina spoke to Lori, Lori did not invite Christina to anything until August when he invited her to lunch. In July, Christina received a text message that Charles had been killed. Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his who had killed him. It was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved. Christina does not recall the name of the dark spirit that inhabited Charles. Trina has no further questions. Lori says she has no questions for Christina. No questions for the jury, and the witness is done. Okay, so Lori does not question her. Okay, which, if you think about it, I mean, that would make total sense. And she is probably very thankful. White noise is played and attorneys have a sidebar with the judge. We're going to recess for the evening. We will resume tomorrow at 10:30. Join Nate tonight at 8 p.m. Mountain Time to talk about it. Where's the feed? So nobody's saying anything. So this just goes on, and then Lori does not question her, and then they go to break for the evening. And his last text message, listen to me. His last tweet was 23 minutes ago, about this was like 19 minutes ago, where he said they recessed, so we're probably getting close to it. I don't know why they have bleeped this out. They must have technical difficulties. And let's see here. Let's go down over here. People are signing out over here. This is Court TV. Minor sound. Yep. I mean, nobody. I don't know why nobody has it. It's so weird. There's no closed captioning available over here. The closed captionings are on Court TV, but they're not working because there's no sound. Oh, thank you, Vicky, for being a new member. So yeah, basically all this is kind of it for the feed. So they established with her, she was a witness. She went to these bizarre things. Saw Lori, well, number one, saw Alex talking about, I wish I could just kill Charles. Saw Lori talking about, or Vinograd says audio release soon. Okay. Lauren from Hidden True Crime is saying the audio will be released soon. Yeah, Chad's up in that portal. Chad portaled over and messed it up. He brought Zulema with him. So she heard all the stuff, right? So, oh Lord, y'all. I think it's interesting that Lori doesn't question her, and I'm sure she is thankful of that. Lori probably wants to stay away from something like this because imagine this kind of stuff coming out. Here's the thing. In the first trials, and when I say first trials, I mean Chad and Lori. When this kind of stuff started coming out, especially like if
During
you're
that meeting, did you
we go.
overhear
Thank you,
Lori
Tori.
talking about Serena in a way that also disturbed you?
Yes.
What do you recall of that?
It was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect.
Okay. So prior to that meeting, Serena had been at the meeting at Zulema's house,
Yes, just the one.
and she had been on a Zoom meeting maybe?
Yes.
And then this meeting in June, she was
not.
she was not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be talking negative of her.
Correct.
When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with Lori after that?
No.
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
I believe August.
So between June and August, you did not receive any other invitations?
No.
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he'd been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
Okay. So initially you had said when you met with Lori that you would go to the police, but when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex, what was going through your head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that.
Not going into their hearsay. Let me just
Okay.
ask
Thank
you
you,
this.
Slow.
Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel like after you confronted Lori that she distanced herself from you?
Yes.
Did that seem to be the same as what you heard and saw happening with Serena?
I don't know.
Okay. On the 9th, you had heard Lori talking negative about Serena, correct?
Yes.
And she hadn't been invited to that meeting.
She lived out of state, so it wasn't surprised that she wasn't invited.
Had she flown in for a previous meeting though?
Yes.
So
just the one, the initial one.
in terms of your interactions with Lori, did she ever tell you that she was joking about her husband being possessed?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about him? You don't recall now, correct?
Yes.
she ever tell you she was joking about that?
Sorry, I was trying something to put Charles's picture up there.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Twisted.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Not seeing any. Ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
I mean, we're back on the little silent thing. So you know that she was like, woo, when Lori said no questions. She just seemed really, really frightened. Yeah, the witness just seemed, hold on, I can't deal with that beeping, y'all. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna mute that screen there for a second. I can't deal with that. She just seemed really, really frightened. I know it does sound like a blood pressure cough, Emily. I think the beeping was coming from the thing. Yeah, so there's some kind of technical difficulty, and a huge chunk of what she said went away. I went through and read Nate Eaton's testimony, or I'm sorry, text tweets. I cannot get that word out. And basically, to me, the gist of it was Lori invited her. If you followed the case, you get this process will sound familiar. You know, Lori's probably trying to suck her into the whole little clique. She invites her over to this little nightmare after school club of like her, Alex, Zulema, another person we're going to hear from on the stand. And yeah, Amy, we'll stay on for a little bit longer since she tends to get yelled at when the jurors leave. Hey, Casey. And hey, Sugar. And so she invites her over, whatever. Well, during these things, basically, number one, Alex is making the comments of, well, first of all, Lori's talking about he's possessed, he's, you know, dark spirit this, dark spirit that. They're doing the castings, you know, they're fasting, trying to get the dark spirit out. And then Alex is like, I wish you could just kill Charles. And Lori doesn't say anything like, oh my God, no. And then Lori says something to the effect that she is crushing up like JJ's pills and putting JJ's medication and putting them in Charles's protein shake. Well, this really bothers the lady that we saw on the stand. And she's basically like, Lori, I'd like to meet with you tomorrow and have a couple of words about some of that stuff you were talking about. Okay. And so they meet up and she's like, look, girl, I'm not down with that murder talk. Okay. Ain't down with it. Okay. If something happens to your man, I'm going to the law. Well, then basically fast forward and Lori's like, oh, we're joking. You know, I wasn't really doing that with the medication, you know, whatever. And so then fast forward, Charles is murdered. And she's like, I thought it was somebody else. Now, side note, here's my question. And I'm not trying to like whatever, but it's just a question. Why wouldn't you go say something, even if you thought it was another? Hold on.
Any sort of information about this case outside.
Here we
this
go.
courtroom?
All right, for the jury.
Okay, we're gonna hang out for a second. I'm sorry.
Else will be at recess for the day.
Yeah. I apologize, Your Honor. I said I apologize for not having a person here.
That's it. Let me fix my hair. Jessica Rabbit says Christina ran from that witness stand. I'm talking did cartwheels from it. Okay, I'm talking did cartwheels. I didn't have the next witness. Okay. Yeah, they were done. They were done. Let's see if another channel has anything going. No. Court TV's done. They done. They were finished. Lori probably forgot to subpoena them. I mean, it's like, I would love for Kay to be called in the morning. So the biggest, well, I'll say this. There's two versions. The biggest testimony for me today, obviously, was the Nancy Jo Hancock. Okay. That was the biggest for me. Oh, Adams tomorrow. That's going to be major. Okay. Now, if somebody is not new to the case, probably some of what they just heard from, what's her name again? Christina, that was just on the stand, would be like, oh my gosh, because it's crazy talk. But that's like a PG Disney version of like the stuff that they were doing. You know what I'm saying? So if you follow this case for all the stories she just repeated, it's kind of like, okay, we've heard this. We're kind of numb to it. Of the, we went outside and we did a portal talk and we did, that kind of stuff. Yes, it is kind of jaw dropping of being like, oh, okay. So, Alex is talking about wanting to kill. Lori's talking about crushing pills. But again, if you follow the case, it's just like, okay, yeah, that's par for the course at this point. New stuff is just hearing the tea that came out from the girlfriend, not the girlfriend, but the dude that he went on dates with. And seeing that showdown, I mean, that was some good drama, let's be honest. And they're also, the jury is seeing the real Lori, and again, I don't personally know Lori. I don't know what it was like to grow up with her. She might have been nice, cool, calm, collected at some point. I will take Colby's word. I will take Kay, Larry, Crescent, people who know her, the gamut of Lori, right? And all the different versions of her, more than what I've seen of her. I've only seen Lori through TV or computer in the last, I guess, 6 years, 5 years, something like that. So, they were seeing that version of Lori today. Yeah, Farrell. Yeah, Mean Girl, 100%. Akasha, 100% agree. Yeah, they shut it down immediately. I think some of it too. I mean, because when you think about like the judge, I mean, he's also a regular dude, or like he's a person just like us. So it's like he probably knows the evidence is so overwhelming. Now, yes, conspiracy can be a little bit tricky to, pull in there, but again, the fact that Lori might have a little bit better chance. Number one, if she was not at the crime scene at all, and I'm talking about at her house when Charles came, if she had been completely away and had nothing to do with that. But again, we don't really know how it exactly went down, but that was kind of the case with her kids, and we see where that's at, right? So it's like Lori was in and about all these murders, but maybe didn't have her actual hand, and I'm being proverbial here, on the knife. You know what I'm saying? On the gun. But in a roundabout way, she did. And I think that the jury, it's so convoluted, and again, with this particular case, I mean, she's, there stepping right outside the door while her husband's getting shot, going to Burger King, and then they're hearing all this, she's doing castings. They're talking about poisoning him. They're seeing how she acts with, her up there. They're getting, bits and pieces of, oh, Lori's having an affair, but she wants to talk about this woman's text messages to her husband. It's just, it is what it is. I should have done that all day. I mean, my gosh, it's so much clearer now. I can see clearly now. Okay. bamboo, the other Teflon. Oh, she was like, were you aware that my husband was wearing a $200 bamboo shirt? Do you know what this LV is on my purse? And like, ma'am, the LV on your purse just fell off. Do you want me to glue it back on there for you? She made herself a little Louis Vuitton satchel, and she got herself a prison Louis Vuitton. She's just markered the little LV on it, right? She got herself a little prison-made Louis Vuitton in there now. She's like, Deputy, where do the people with the Louis Vuitton gel slides sit in the chow hall? Oh, I didn't even think about that for Lori Vallow. If the bamboo fits, you must throw the switch. I love it. And she's got her, you followed the cheese, Lori. Oh, Lord. Yeah, we got so many. Hey, Lori. We got so many trials coming up, y'all. Yeah, I could not believe her today. Oh my gosh. I mean, I was just like, when she went toe to toe with Nancy Jo Hancock, and it's so sad to sit here and listen to somebody talking, I'm sorry, about their experience meeting Charles and thinking, like, okay, this guy's got drama, he's got a crazy ex-wife. But, and again, like, how it is. Like, I mean, everyone puts their best foot forward. And she was like, I was going to go out with him again, like, not get serious. Like, I mean, he's got some stuff going on, but he seems like a nice enough guy to go out. And it was like, and I'm sure in Charles's world, he was like, you know what? I wanted to work things out with my wife, but she's having an affair. She's doing this. Like, I'm going to have to move on. And that's what he started doing. But she couldn't have that. She needed that money. I know, ask and answer. I literally, when the state attorney was like, Judge, I'm just going to go ahead and ask and answer the next 15 minutes, whatever she's going to say. Whatever it is she's going to say, ask and answer. She could get a little sign up. She'd be like, it says ask and answer, but like, ask and answer. She just close her eyes. Like, the judge is being very patient because this is the vibe that I think that the judge is giving. I think the judge is giving, we're just going through the motions. We're making sure we've dotted our I's and we've crossed our T's. It's absolutely insane that we're here. I know exactly what she's doing, but I have to be professional. So some of the stuff, it's like, just let her keep going. It doesn't matter. Like, I mean, I'm so curious to see what the vibe of the jury is. Yeah, he wants to make sure no appeals. Yeah, and Emily says he is fair and patient and not going to have a retrial. Yeah, 100%. That's the vibe that I get. It's just he's just going through the motions and making sure he does his job right and dots his I's and crosses his T's. Probably once he got to this level, it was like, he's probably like, thank the Lord she went and did the speedy trial just to get through it. Because again, it's like some of these things where it's also different too. It's like the judge knows she is smoked. She's smoked in another state, right? She ain't leaving prison. Okay. This is just now, granted, I think, yeah, let's get as many charges as we can. So no chance of ever going out. Right. So it's like, he knows she smoked. So it's a little bit, it just has a different vibe to it. And I just feel like it's an unspoken thing of like, we all know we're here for the Lori show. Same thing as Sarah Boone, same thing as Daryl Brooks, right? It is what it is. It's just that's what we're here for. We're stuck in it. And he's just driving the ship, and making sure boom, 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 boom. And it's like, yeah, let her have this or that or whatever. Smooth Steve says, call her Lori Brisket because she smoked. Ashley says, can we bring back the first guy with a tight shirt? One thing I noticed too, like when you start typing in something to try, they have him up. It's like you see a lot of pictures on the thing when you start Googling and whatnot, right? They know what they're doing. But here's the thing, like when I was like, so I was trying to get a picture of Charles because I was like, ooh, and I'll work on it later to have up while we're watching this. You know what I'm saying? He's obviously the victim. So when I was doing that, and I was like, I typed in Charles's name, and like, you know, you can click images, and I'm seeing Charles and then the hot cop dude from the other day, and I was like, they look so. I mean, I get it, shaved head, whatever. They look so similar. It's insane. It is crazy. Excuse me. Oh my god. So let me go over this real quick while I'm thinking of it. So tomorrow, you know what, let's do this real quick. So let me try and figure out this. So I'm gonna add to stage. There we go. How do I do? Maybe it's a custom thing. Maybe so that's Charles, obviously. It would be cool. I'm gonna work on that. Hey Akasha, thanks for being a member. I'm going to try and figure out how I could do. I would love to have like a little picture of Charles like up here above me while this is the TV. You know what I'm saying? Let's see here. Do they have? Yeah, see, I'm just kind of looking over here. Please hold. Let's see, Charles. Let's see, Charles. Do we see Charles as a baseball player? I'm not seeing. I'm sure Crusha. Hold on, let me see here. Let me see here. I don't know. Let me come back over here. I don't think her subpoenas went out. I don't think some of them did. Yeah, you know what? Let's tidy up today. Let's finish off today with the don't flatter yourself, and then we'll call it a night. So y'all, basically same thing tomorrow. Now keep this in mind, y'all. So tomorrow's Thursday. We will be streaming tomorrow, same place, same trashy sofa. Right. And then Friday there is no court. Okay. Sunday evening, well, we'll say Sunday. So typically what we've been doing before this is Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday evening. We do live chats. We've been doing Revisiting Evil, but obviously we're doing this right here. So probably what we'll do is Sunday evening, we'll do like whatever. Then Saturday morning sometime, and I'll figure out tomorrow what time, we're doing the members live chat. So, and when I say that, if you're a member on this channel, the other channel, or Patreon, that's who it goes to. And typically we kind of like gear it towards whatever usually, but the book we're reading, we'll do a little bit of everything. So obviously we're going to have a lot to say about this case. So it'll probably be like this, whatever. So tomorrow we're streaming here, 2:00 Eastern time, Saturday morning members chat, Sunday evening regular podcast channel chat. We'll probably be catching up here and talking about this and what's coming up and all the fun stuff, right? So there's that. Amen. Amy says Friday we sleep, girl. Yes. Amen. Okay, preach, right? It's funny because I'm literally sitting on the sofa. When I get a new studio, when I get to like a new place or whatever, I definitely want to like make it more like on purpose. Like this is legit the sofa. Like this is our sofa. It's Matt's sofa. So, but like have like a sofa, but it's like, maybe a little bit more, like some bright lights, something, exciting. You know what I'm saying? Keep me awake. So crafting the book club's book is Where Was God by Jennifer Turpin. 100% trigger warning. 100% trigger warning. If you are, not listening to it, haven't looked whatever. I'm about halfway through. I have not listened to it since I did the video last Saturday, the little members videos on it. Trigger warning. The things that these horrible people did to these kids, it's bad, y'all. It's bad. Okay. It's really, really bad. So just know that. And the book club is just super chill. Like literally all it is we pick out a book. It's usually on Audible. We listen to it. And I'll make like a couple of members videos and we'll have a couple of live chats about it throughout the month. And that's kind of it. So, and if you're a member here, the other channel or Patreon, that's where I do it at. But it's like super casual. Okay, let me go find the place out. Your call is important to us. Okay. Right to it like it was meant to happen. Like it was meant to happen. Okay, please hold. Yeah, Leslie says, I'm so confused as to why the shirt mattered. First and foremost, I think she just wanted to say, he wore a $200 bamboo shirt. But then I literally was like, are we going to literally try and blame the shirt on the wound? When Lori had her mic drop moments, which they were kind of easily dismantled. But one thing that Lori, if she can learn with this trial before she goes into the second one for the mic drop moment, is when she says something, move along, have your moment, stop. And maybe she was smart enough to know, don't question this lady, right? But like, bam, here's my moment, done, walking away. Were you aware that my husband had $200 bamboo shirts? Do you know what those look like? David. I don't know why I go into the Moira voice for that, but I do. Okay, so we're gonna watch it again real quick, right? Just a little part where she gets all catty. Why? Because we just like to. I love this.
Nancy Joe, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before, correct?
We have not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband or my husband told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
Not
naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
I feel like the judge right here wanted, like, his natural instinct would have been like, you can cross-examine her, but just be nice. You know what I mean? Like, it was almost like the next thing coming out of him.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her? Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
We'll sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
Lori's like,
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
All right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
moving
sorry, Your
straight.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
okay, y'all. So I'm gonna. It's basically that right there. I just wanted to do that one last part. With the part where Lori's sitting there, and she's like, again, obviously the part where Nancy's like, don't flatter yourself. But then when Lori was like, Lori almost tries to make it out like, I'm not familiar with how the men folk operate, but since you've just spread yourself all over these apps, legs ajar for any old person to come and run all over, tell me, Miss Nancy, how do they talk about their ex-wives? You know, she had like tries to have like this complete, the way Lori tries to shame her through all of the thing is like, you know, and again, now after lunch, they do get in of Charles thinking that Lori was having an affair, right? Because remember all the stuff that Lori's like trying to make her do, it's like Lori was doing it, right? She was having an affair. She was doing the loin fire. So, you know, but that whole part where she tries to make it out like she does, come on. And again, but Lori literally does think that she is the center of all attention. So there you go. So that is it, y'all. First and foremost, thank you to all the moderators for hanging out, making it possible, keeping the cushions fluffed, reminding me when I'm muted, and keeping polls up too long, and all the crazy things we do here at the Sofa Squad. Thank you to all the Sofa Squad members for hanging out and getting us through this day. This has been, I hate to say fun, but you know what I'm saying? It's been good to watch this with y'all, I guess is how to say it. Tomorrow, again, 2:00 p.m. Eastern time. I'll check in a little bit sooner. I'm going to not wake up at 2 a.m. and be wide awake. So I'll be a little bit more with it today. But that's it. That is it, everybody. So y'all have a wonderful evening. And remember, no court Friday. So if you're listening at work to keep yourself going, find another court case for Friday because Lori ain't having it. Okay. She's got to have a day to get her stuff going. So, but that's it. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, Sofa Squad. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. I love y'all. We'll play our little song by Slow Morrison here on our exit out of the Sofa Squad tonight. And that's it. Everybody have sweet dreams. I'm made of this. But that's it. I love y'all. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll see y'all then.
The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough. Join the family. It's all love while we laugh at first criminalities. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup at hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Oh, oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credential stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credentialed stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup that hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.